What if you could touch a killer whale? What would it feel like? What if it were possible to build a trusting relationship with the world's top ocean predator, toothed and powerful? What if you could connect in a way that you never imagined? Swim skin to skin, let it launch you 50 feet into the air, or place you gently on a ledge? What if you found out how important killer whales are to the ocean, other animals, even us? What if you discovered really simple things that you can do every day to help make sure that this incredible species never disappears from our planet? What if?
My children, Natselani said to them, you will now live in the sea. Eat
anything in the water, but never bother people. Don't bite them.
If you see a man and he says to you, help me, killer whale,
you must help him. Then he will give you something.
Throughout time, killer whales have been a prominent feature of many cultures. Whether living up to tales of kind-hearted whales helping hunters on the sea, or down to mythological, man-eating sea monsters, they've played a visible role in various cultures.
So the Tlinkits regarded the killer whale as a very strong entity, and a certain group of the Tlinkits took the killer whale as their clan symbol or their totem.
Killer whales are found in all oceans of the world, but are most abundant in the colder waters of the polar regions.
You think of them as wanting to be in cold water all the time, but killer whales are found in all oceans of the world. So to see them in warm water down in Mexico or South American waters, and then to see them up in Alaska in cold waters is very cool.
Next to humans, killer whales are the most widely distributed mammal. Dolphins, porpoises, and whales are grouped together in the scientific order Cetacea. Cetacea comes from katos, the Greek word for whale. Killer whales belong to the toothed whales or suborder Odontoceti, and are the largest member of the dolphin family, Delphinidae. A key characteristic that this family of cetaceans share is having teeth that are cone-shaped. Orca is the Latin word meaning barrel-shaped.
Oh my gosh, I can't tell you how exhilarating that was. It was a little scary though, too. You know, I'm sitting there in the kayak and all of a sudden I've got like 20 killer whales around me. They were going underneath me. The water's so clear up there, you know, I'd look down and I'd see them right there next to me looking at me. Big eye go by. And then I was a little worried. Yeah, I was a little worried. But it was just absolutely incredible.
Most of us will never get this close to a killer whale. Still, many of us feel a connection to them. We want to find out more about them and how they've managed to survive since prehistoric times in some of the world's most extreme conditions. We've learned a lot about killer whales by studying them in the wild, and through research and care in zoological parks and aquariums. But we've only just begun to scratch the surface.
Seeing killer whales in the wild is just amazing.
It's really awe-inspiring to see these whales break the surface in unison and to see a calf come over and play with your boat.
Gained a great deal of respect for their size and their power.
No other animal is a threat to the killer whale. It has earned its rank as the top predator of the sea. Every feature, body shape, size, coloration, and speed, enhances their extraordinary hunting abilities. This animal is built to thrive. In the sea, color and pattern can make a life or death difference. Killer whales are solid black and white, with a gray saddle patch just behind the dorsal fin, a perfect example of disruptive coloration. In the flickering, shadowy sunlight of the sea, other animals may not recognize a killer whale as a potential predator. In the ocean, swiftness matters. Killer whales can reach speeds of nearly 30 miles an hour, making it one of the fastest swimming sea animals on the planet. Rounded, paddle-like pectoral flippers help steer, and the strong forked fluke or tail helps move forward or stop. From underneath the ocean, killer whales must surface to breathe. Through a single blowhole, warm breath meets cold air, causing a cloud of condensation. To open its blowhole, a killer whale contracts a muscular flap. When relaxed in a closed position, this flap provides a watertight seal. Flexibility can be life-saving. In frigid waters or warmer seas, a complex circulatory system of arteries surrounded by veins in the flippers and flukes help regulate body temperature. It all adds up to the ocean's top predator, built to survive and thrive.
How do you think a killer whale got its name?
There's no other prey that will eat it.
They kill sharks.
Because it kills its food.
Because it's a predator?
Fishermen were scared of them.
It eats fish.
Doesn't it eat seals or something?
No one messes with it. It's like the ultimate predator, so.
It's the biggest one of the family, so it's the main one, so it kills all the other animals.
Can't imagine, but they are so friendly.
Why does the killer whale have such an aggressive-sounding name? Ancient sailors actually called them whale killer after witnessing killer whales attacking larger cetaceans, an event that can occur even in modern times, as seen by this amazing attack on an enormous blue whale. Being opportunistic hunters, their diets vary from one region to another. Mostly, they eat fishes, squids, and marine mammals, like seals. Their attack strategies include cooperative hunting, stalking and ambushing, and pursuing prey. They swallow their food whole, or if it's too big to eat in one piece, they tear it into large chunks. With several strategic options, it's safe to say the killer whale's hunting is calculated, complex, and very successful.
One of my graduate students in the last 3 or 4 years discovered that a young male, when his mom had a baby, all of a sudden he's footloose and fancy-free, and he formed a social bond with other males here at SeaWorld San Diego. That was something that we didn't know these killer whales did.
Killer whales live in social units called pods, and within many of these group settings, there's a social hierarchy. Even though males are much larger than females, the pod is matriarchal, with females at the top of the hierarchy. When traveling, females and juveniles generally stay in the center of the pod, while adult males swim at the wings. Killer whales are very social and may connect with other whales through a range of communications.
We don't call it a language, but we do see dialects in killer whales, and in fact, they're very special that way. If you, for example, travel to the south, you may pick up a southern accent if you're there for too long. But if you move somewhere else in the world, you may develop a new accent based on who you're hanging out with. We call that dialects in killer whales.
In addition to vocalizations, killer whales have other behaviors that may serve a variety of purposes. A breach might scratch an itch. Spy hopping might give a look above the water surface, or be a way of communicating with others. Killer whales are among the most curious of cetaceans, with a tendency to play, to manipulate objects, or join in the fun wherever it's happening. Is it possible that the whale connection could reach beyond the pod?
I came the first time when I was 20, and I was in college taking economics classes, and I watched the show and I watched the guy fly through the air, and right then I was like, that's what I gotta do. So I talked to one of the trainers after the show, said, how do you get the job? They told me, and I went back to school. I changed my major, and here I am.
The babies, they're usually the most challenging. They're so rambunctious and very playful and have the shortest attention span. So they definitely could keep you on your toes and teach you a lot of things of how to work with them.
I'll be talking with the guests or just make eye contact across the pool, and you can see that look in their eye, and you know that it's hit them just like it hit me so many years before. And it's amazing. You don't know if you're going to be maybe inspiring that child to become an animal trainer or maybe follow another dream in their life.
I cannot believe I'm 50 feet in the air on top of a killer whale. Like, who does that?
I get to swim with killer whales, and I get to train them, and I get to interact with them. It's a wonderful thing.
Training animals is a rewarding and fulfilling career, but it's not always easy and fun. It takes hard work and dedication. But it's worth it. Here are the basics you'll need in order to succeed. You have to be 18 years old, and to work with marine mammals, you have to have your scuba certification and a high school diploma. Once you have those three things, you'll need to pass the SeaWorld swim test. You'll need to be a very strong swimmer for this. First, you'll have to be able to do a freestyle swim, an underwater hold-your-breath swim, and a surface dive, where you pick up a weight and bring it back to the top. And you have to do it all in cool salt water, without a wetsuit. It's a pretty competitive field, so here are a few tips to give you the edge. A college degree in any science field is good. If the degree is in biology, psychology, or marine biology, it's even better. But any four-year degree is a definite plus. And if you want to get a jump start on experience, volunteer for any animal-related organization. Animal training. It takes hard work and dedication, but in the end, it's definitely worth it.
They're pretty neat and they can swim really good.
He's a beautiful animal.
Because he splashes people.
He's so big and huge, it's just great to see an animal like that.
The confidence they have in the trainers is really good.
I think it was Shamu that was born when I was a kid. I remember the whole story on TV and I always wanted to come see it.
I liked it when he splashed us.
They're really funny and they get you wet.
I just dreamed and dreamed about being able to build a friendship with the top predator of the ocean. To have that relationship was something that just stuck in my heart. I always wanted to do.
I remember my first time interacting with a killer whale and just rubbing her down, and she took a big breath in my face, and that was really powerful to me, and it kind of gave me the sense that for once in my life I was exactly where I was supposed to be.
I could feel every time she took a breath, her back would move, and every time she kicked her tail, it just blew me away.
I interacted with Takara for about 2 years before I got in the water with her. My heart stopped because I'd been waiting for it for that long, and to feel what it's like to experience something with one of your best friends, you know, that you've made over the years was magnificent.
The human connection with killer whales can be a powerful bond. This close connection has taught us a lot. So much of what we've learned about these animals has come from observing and interacting with them in human care. At SeaWorld parks, animals are always asked to perform a behavior, and their willingness to respond is up to them. So, you can understand how important the trainer relationship is with the whale. Trust is key to this relationship. We see the results of that relationship in the shows, but training also helps maintain good health.
Whale training is extremely important because we rely on the training to
conduct a medical exam, and without that training, or husbandry training that we call it, for doing basic procedures that we look for general health parameters. Without those behaviors, it'd be hard to get to the animal.
When a killer whale voluntarily presents itself, a variety of tasks can be performed. Every 2 to 4 weeks, trainers take measurements on each whale, including body length, girth at several points, and dimensions of the flippers, flukes, and dorsal fin. During pregnancy, periodic monitoring ensures the health of both mother and calf. Even dental care is part of their health routine. Killer whales are trained to hold still and stay calm throughout procedures. There's no doubt, training reaches far beyond the behaviors guests see in shows. Training also helps ensure safety, health, and well-being.
You just watched the show. Do you know which whale was Shamu?
The big one that wet us, that was Shamu.
It was the big one, and it came up and absolutely soaked you.
The biggest one, I think.
The last one that came?
Yeah, they all look a lot the same, like.
The big one.
SeaWorld's Shamu is the most recognizable killer whale in the world, allowing all ages to get as close as possible to this amazing species. But who exactly is Shamu? Shamu's legacy began when a large male killer whale was accidentally caught in fishing nets in British Columbia. The whale was named Namu after a nearby fishing port and was moved to Seattle to be the first killer whale publicly displayed in the Pacific Northwest. A female whale soon joined Namu, and she was named Shamu, a contraction of she in Namu. Shamu became the first killer whale to travel by plane when she was moved to SeaWorld in San Diego. We continue to honor Shamu's name in our daily presentations. Whether it's learning from Shamu, people that work directly with killer whales, or by observing them in the wild, our connection to killer whales is unquestionably strong.
The connection with a killer whale is unlike probably any other animal that I've ever worked with.
And a vital link to their survival.
On stage, they may all be called Shamu, but every one of SeaWorld's whales has its own name and a distinctive personality to go with it. Names are chosen in several ways. In some cases, the trainers have named the whales. On other occasions, our guests and pass holders have been asked to vote. The names selected usually have meanings in other languages. Nakai was the first calf conceived by artificial insemination, so he was named Nakai, which is Native American for victory. Una means to love and adore in Icelandic. Taima was born during a thunderstorm, so she was given the name Taima, which is Icelandic for crash of thunder. Kaliha's name was selected by SeaWorld annual pass holders. It means beauty in Hawaiian. Trua is Icelandic for believe, and Trua commemorates the premiere of our Believe show. Takara is Japanese for treasure. And Keet is the word for whale in Russian. The name Shamu has come to symbolize the mystery, majesty, and wonder of all killer whales. By giving all of our whales the opportunity to participate in this starring role, we create a great environment for them and an exciting, meaningful experience for our guests.
Field research is very inspirational, it's very exciting, it's something that I think being out there in the field impacts you in a way that you just can't feel when you're sitting at home watching it on TV.
Every living creature has a story. They eat, breathe, grow, communicate? It's no different with the killer whales. Simply by being here, they have so much to tell us. All we have to do is pay attention. Though there are advantages to observing killer whales in the wild, in the protected setting of a marine zoological park, we're able to study them on a more consistent and intensive basis.
We can't really track them and follow them as individuals very well in the wild, but we can certainly see how they develop their dialect here under controlled conditions at SeaWorld and learn who they learn from, what kind of social interactions they have with other individuals to promote that, and maybe develop hypotheses about how we can help them in the wild.
Through Dr. Bowles and similar researchers, we've learned a tremendous amount about killer whales. We know they're capable of performing some very complex tasks. They learn different things at different rates, and, like people, there can be huge variations among individual animals of the same species. What Hub SeaWorld Research Institute is learning from whales at SeaWorld translates into crucial information for whales in the ocean.
We do research in 4 major topic areas: aquaculture, large-scale ecology, ocean health, and then finally there's my topic area, which is bioacoustics. We're trying to study how human-made noise, for example, interacts with animals in the wild, and also to understand the basic biology of their communication.
The more we understand how killer whales communicate and how noise impacts them, the more information we have that can potentially help protect whales in the wild.
To watch something underwater spin and swim quickly.
We were all just holding our breath. We watched the delivery of the birth. We watched the mother assist the calf to the surface for that first breath, and it was just a magic moment.
SeaWorld's killer whale breeding program is the most successful in the world. Data gathered over the decades has given valuable insight into reproduction, calf development, and special needs during pregnancy and following birth. This information has led to the successful development of artificial insemination techniques that help maintain diversity within our family of whales and could impact future killer whale populations and other at-risk animals.
We can get samples from other countries that have killer whales in captivity, so we can improve our genetic diversity by using other male genetics to improve that diversity, and that helps us and our population grow. And that may very well lead us to information that we can use for wild animals as well.
Researchers around the world continue to gather and share information on killer whales. But so much about these fascinating animals is still a mystery, a story that will continue to unfold for generations to come, assuming, that is, that we take good care of their ocean home today.
Big things that are happening in our world, it's trickling down to where the animals are.
Maybe it was part magic and part miracle when in September 1985, the first killer whale was successfully bred, born, and raised in a zoological park. The calf, named Kalina, thrived and became an adult and a significant member of the SeaWorld whale family. In February 1993, Kalina had a calf of her own, the first second-generation killer whale calf born in a zoological park. Since then, Kalina has given birth to 3 more calves in 1995, 1999, and 2004. Killer whales have been born at SeaWorld parks in San Diego, San Antonio, and Orlando. And it started with the grandma of them all, Katina.
We all love all the whales, but there's always that one. For me, her name is Katina. I love her like a person.
The killer whale is a top predator, and a top predator is affected by everything beneath it. A killer whale can feed on large fish or small mammals, but what do those things feed on? Smaller fish, little fish, plankton, krill. You knock out any block below that top predator, you're affecting him. And I think that is kind of the ambassador for marine conservation, is that animal's affected by everything you do beneath it. So conservation is really important at all levels.
One drop in the ocean creates a ripple effect, reaching far beyond its origin. Although most killer whale populations are not endangered at the moment, scientists are concerned for their future, the ripple effect of damage done.
Well, I don't know how to bring home the size of the issues that they face right now back to people.
Several things are having an impact on killer whales. Competition for limited fish stocks threaten them and other animal populations worldwide. More and more fish are being taken from the sea for human consumption. Fisheries programs have been successful at replenishing overfished stock or even raising fish to sell directly for eating.
Our future, we feel really optimistic about. Our white sea bass program, we're expanding into other species, not only to release back into the ocean, but also to provide in a more traditional farming way directly to the consumer.
Other things are affecting the killer whale's home, the ocean.
They also have to deal with parasites and boats and people and pollution and, and climate warming and all that. So there's so many hurdles that they have to overcome to survive as a species.
It can all have a ripple effect on the whales, the ocean, other animals, and on us, since we're all connected.
There are so many decisions that we make every day that can make either a good difference or a bad difference to the survival of numerous species of animals.
Pick up after yourself. Leave every place you visit cleaner than when you found it.
Think twice before pouring chemicals or detergents down the drain.
Please remember, everything eventually makes its way to the ocean.
Be an informed consumer. Don't buy products made from threatened or endangered species.
Choose foods that are as environmentally friendly and sustainable as possible.
Learn, discover, question,
explore all you can about animals and the world we share.
Visit a zoo or aquarium.
Read, ask, surf the web. Or better yet, take a hike, hit the beach, climb a mountain, or dive a reef.
Then pass on what you've learned and get involved.
When we look eye to eye with another creature, we realize we're more alike than different. We all need clean air and water and a safe place to call home, a home we all share, Earth. We are all connected. We're all part of the ripple effect with killer whales, other wildlife, and their habitats. By watching this program, you have become that drop in the ocean. Without you, the ocean would be less because of that missing drop.
I really think it does come down to ocean health. Killer whales are intelligent, they're adaptable, they're found in all oceans of the world. If we give them a chance, if we work towards healthy oceans, they will find a way to survive.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the January 8th, 2024 LaVergne Library Board meeting. The first, officially call it to order. I'll be serving as temporary chairperson until we elect a new chairperson and vice chairperson. The first order of business is to determine a quorum, and I do detect a quorum. The next order of business is to approve the minutes from the November 13th regular board meeting. I'll entertain a motion.
These were not available to us tonight, so we will have them on March 11th to have those approved.
Got it. Very good. Well, we'll move on to the next order of business, which is a motion to appoint a library board chairman. And at this point, the floor is open for nominations.
I do nominate Ms. Clarissa Benton.
Okay. One nomination for Ms. Benton. Any other nominations? Okay. The floor is open. Is there a motion to appoint her by acclamation?
So moved.
I have a motion. Is there a second?
Second.
Second. All in favor signify so by saying aye.
Aye.
Are there any opposed? Motion carries. Congratulations, Ms. Benton.
All right.
All right. Next order of business. Well, actually, I need to turn it over to you. You're now officially the chairman, so you'll handle the next item.
All right. So we need to make a motion to appoint a library board vice chairman. I'll entertain a motion.
Make a motion to appoint Dr. Burgess.
I need a second.
Second.
All right. Are there any more? Is there any other nominations anyone would like to make? All right. So would we like to vote Dr. Burgess in by acclamation? If so, say aye.
So
Aye. Oh, so yes, so moved. So thank you for that. And then everyone in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Anyone opposed? All right, motion carries. All right, so next order of business on our agenda, library board bylaws. The revision to the bylaws will be available for review at the March 11th, 2024 meeting.
Whoops.
And then upcoming events, I will go ahead and turn that over to you, Ms. Donna, if you would like to talk about the events that are coming up for our community.
Okay, and if it's okay, I'd like to go back to the board bylaws. And I'd like for Evan Cope, he's going to be working with the bylaws, the revisions that we had started. And can you kind of tell us where we are at this point?
Yes, ma'am. So we have basically a working set of bylaws. We weren't able to have those ready for you tonight in time to review, but we will have those for you in advance, actually, of the March 11th, 2024 board meeting, so that everyone will have an opportunity to give feedback. But really, they're pretty straightforward, what we're going to propose, and it's not going to be anything unusual. So.
And you all have had input on them, and we very much appreciate that. Thank you, sir.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, the upcoming events. Our library will be closed on January 15th, 2024. I apologize for the oops above. Still got 23 on my brain. This is for the observance of Martin Luther King Jr. Day. There will be a ceremony here at the boardroom at City Hall. And Mayor, what time is that ceremony?
I believe it is at 9 o'clock. I don't have it on my calendar right here.
Okay, yeah, I forgot to look it up. But it will be that morning, and we do have a couple of speakers that will be here, and it's always a great time to come out and enjoy these special events. On to January events and programs. I thought we would do programs and events in a bag tonight. So if you will pull out all of your items from your bag, and that bag is one that you can use to come to the library and check out books or purchase books from our book sale that we are having. Do want to let you know our first day was January the 2nd for the book sale. We had people waiting outside. All of our items are 25 and 50 cents. Hardback books, DVDs, and CDs were 50 cents each. Children's books, whether they're hardback or not, and all paperbacks were 25 cents. The first day, when we closed at 7 p.m., we had made $255.
Wonderful.
So very, very proud of that. Very proud of our community coming out and supporting us. And we still have quite a few books left. and some DVDs. Okay, if the first thing I'd like for you to see are the two small pieces of paper here. We have two book clubs that are going very well. The first book club, Better Off Read, is on Monday, January the 22nd at 5:30. So it's always on a Monday and always in the afternoon. And the book this month is the someone help me out with that.
Authenticity.
Project. Thank you. Tongue's not wanting to work. By Claire Pooley. Beth does an excellent job of hosting and leading the book clubs, and the members choose the books for the next month. So they've really enjoyed that. The second book club is Page Turner's book club, and the book this month that will be on Saturday, January 27th at 10:30 a.m. is The Girls in the Stilt House by Kelly. Help me out, Carissa.
I'm assuming Mustian?
I think that's right. Thank you. And copies of the book are available up at the CERC desk. You just come up and sign up to be in the book club for that month and pick up a copy of the book. Then you can bring it back. And we have some of the books from our various different book sales from the past in our book sale. And so those have been very popular. Any questions about the book clubs? Okay. The next we have is our January 2024 programs and events. And I'm not going to go through all of those. I do have a few that I'm going to highlight here in just a moment. But these are all the different programs that are going on in January at the library. And you can see they're for different ages, all the way from books and babies all the way up to adults, and different times. So that's really good. We try to get lots of different times in. So be sure and look over, see if there's something that you think would be great to come to or to tell your friends about, or for the friends' children. It would be wonderful. On the back side is our regular story times. Those started back this past Monday after our holidays, and we had quite a few families come in. They were ready to get back to story time. So that works out well. And then down at the bottom, of course, the book sale begins January 2nd, and the story times did resume on Monday. Any questions about those? Okay, some I want to highlight. Kids Crafternoon. This is for ages 5 to 11, and it is held in the afternoon at 5:30 p.m., January the 9th. It's always the second Tuesday of the month. This time they're going to build a winter scene and a penguin family. And I wish I would have brought the penguin. He is adorable. Guess what he's made from? Some of our teachers. Toilet paper tubes. We love toilet paper tubes over at the library. So it's really, really cute, a fun activity. Teens and tweens, we're really pushing those teens and tweens. We want them to become a really good, valuable part of our library. They are our future. And so we want to bring them up in the way they should go by being interested in reading and being interested in coming out and being with our community. Saturday, January the 20th, from 11 to 4, the teens and tweens are going to be building or creating a Chinese New Year dragon. This dragon is going to be a super awesome decoration in the library. Help us create it. It's made from boxes, paper plates, pool noodles, all sorts of spangles and sparkles and ribbons, and it's going to hang around the YA area. So I'd love for you all to pass the word on. And if you have an opportunity to hang these up somewhere, we would love for that to happen. Let's get to the adults. Strings and Things, Adult Craft Time, Winter Luminaries at 5 p.m., Monday, January the 22nd. Sign up in advance. Miss Mary does an awesome job with finding great crafts that do not cost a lot. And of course, the crafts are free to our patrons when they come in and sign up. And she can be so creative. So these are mason jars and Mod Podge. And I forget what she's putting on the outside, but it's very sparkly and wintry. And then there is a little light inside, and then we have the beautiful greenery. And these adults, usually there's 22 to 25 adults in the meeting room, and they love to socialize and just really enjoy being with each other. And that's what we like to think about the library. It is a place for people to come and be social with each other. The next one I want to share with you is mixed media. Carol Brown. If you notice, all of these are done by different staff members. The Kids Crafternoon is done by Becky. The Teens and Tweens are done by Danny and Marta. And then we have Miss Mary, and now Miss Carol comes in there. Tuesday, January the 30th at 5 p.m., Mixed Media Arts and Crafts for adults 18 plus. She's doing media tags where they're layering different pictures and different things. And Miss Benton, you would love this. It's a really fun project that they do. Then they take these tags that they make throughout the year and they put them on a ring, and they have a little binder of their tags. So it's just another great social event for our adults. Last one, Tuesday, January 30th at 5 p.m., the Teens and Tweens are doing an escape room at the library. This is a fun-filled activity that will take you on a journey through the main library. Be prepared to solve challenging puzzles, uncover clues, and crack codes. It's for ages 10 to 17. It includes our tweens and our teens. During our last week that we were closed to the public and we were setting up for the book sale and we had a in-service, some of the employees got to run through it and they were able to crack it, but they said it took a lot of thinking. And so that was a good dry run through to see how well it would work. And Marta and Danny did a fantastic job of getting the clues together and making all of the different parts to this. Do you have any questions about those? There's one last thing in your bag. I'm not sure if I had given this to you. We have been giving this out at the library to all of our patrons. It is the Take the Library Challenge in 2024. We have the whole year of 2024. We have our library name and our address. And we have our quote that we love to use. The library is the heart of the community. So all around, it's different types of books, and you're challenging yourself to read some of those, like read a play, a memoir, read a book a friend recommended, a book with a love triangle, a Pulitzer Prize winning book, a book with a number in the title. And if you need help finding some of those books, we have some people in the library that would be happy to help you find those. And if you need more of these, if you have some friends or different people you would like to share these with, we have quite a few left, and I would love to hand them out. Do you have any questions about our programs? And any time that you all have ideas for a program, we are always looking to challenge ourselves to not just keep doing the same old. We like to really spice it up sometimes. And so different people have different ideas. Let us know.
I want to say I absolutely love this calendar.
Yes.
I love what it's challenging people to do.
Good.
To try to read different genres, because some of these I've looked at, and I'm a pretty avid reader, but some of these I'm like, oh, I never thought about that. That makes it, not only does it make it a challenge to find a particular book with a number in it, but find one that I actually may enjoy reading.
Right.
So I really like that. It's almost like a scavenger hunt plus something else to add to that. I love it.
Thank you for saying that. We thought this was a great one. We have bought calendars in the past, and when the company told me about these, I thought they did a great job of coming up with all the different ideas. But thank you for saying that. And again, if you would like to take a handful, I'll have them available at the library. Would love to hand them out to you.
Thank you.
Yes, well done, Miss Donna. The calendar, the events, everything, our library is just top notch. So thank you for all that you do.
Well, we appreciate our staff that's willing to put some fun into it, So thank you.
All right, so next up on the agenda is our library board schedule for 2024. So our next meeting will be on March 11th, and then we'll have May 13th, July the 8th, September the 9th, and then we will end the year on November 4th of 2024. So our next board meeting is at 5 p.m. on Monday, March 11th of 2024. Are there any comments that anyone wants to make? Well, I'm just going to remind the community that, take a moment, and I love that the bag says, "I love books." So my challenge to you is that if you do not have a book that you love, if you're someone who can't say, "I love books," you have been reading the wrong book. So you haven't found the one that's meant for you. So use this calendar, find the one that's meant for you, because there's a book destined to change your life. Any other comments?
Absolutely.
All right, well, I will call this meeting adjourned. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Mackenzie Rosman, and I play Ruthie on the WB Seventh Heaven. I may not be an official treehouse detective yet, but on the show I love to help solve problems. No matter how difficult problems may seem, there's always a solution, and they're a lot easier to find using math, science, and technology. Stay tuned and help our treehouse detectives learn more about the future of transportation in the next exciting episode of the NASA Sci-Files, The Case of the Radical Ride.
Don't forget to look for the answers to the following questions. What invention led to man-made transportation? What is the first step in the engineering design process? The Channel Tunnel was a solution to what problem? When you see this icon, the answer is near.
You guys excited?
You bet.
Let's go.
Okay, 45 miles to the auditorium. Dr. D is traveling at about 55 miles an hour. Relatively light cargo. We should arrive at the awards ceremony with 5 minutes to spare.
Just enough time for you to work on your acceptance speech.
I would like to thank my mom and dad.
Not so fast. You are being awarded as a group.
Good point. Just try and keep it over 50, Dr. D. I don't want to be late, even if we don't win. Of course, drive safely.
Are you sure your calculations are correct? We might be cutting it a little close.
Why? Is the wind blowing? Dr. D, are you driving against the wind?
Don't worry. I think we'll be all right, as long as we don't hit traffic.
I know you wanted to get here early, but how long have you been here?
My mom dropped me off 20 minutes ago. We made really good time.
In that case, we should reconsider the minivan as the ultimate form of transportation.
Very funny. Our minivan is nice, but I wouldn't go so far as to say it's the ultimate form of transportation.
And even if it is advanced, it's not exactly futuristic like in the next century.
Which is our assignment.
So what do we do?
Let's open the problem board.
Good idea. So what do we know?
We know that transportation changes over time, and that it involves moving over air, sea, and land.
So what do we need to know?
We need to know how transportation will change in the next 100 years.
How do we figure that out?
History.
History?
Dr. D told us that history often tells us how things will work in the future.
So where do we go?
Well, for starters, I thought we should research the history of the car.
Why don't you check the internet? Maybe we can go to a car show and see one of those cool concept cars.
My thoughts exactly. In fact, Tony is visiting his family in Detroit. I'm sending him an email right now. Maybe he can visit the Walter P. Chrysler Museum.
Don't forget the concept car.
Right. I'm also sending an email to the other treehouse detectives to keep them updated.
And get their ideas. Speaking of the treehouse detectives, where are they?
Dr. D, if we don't start moving soon, we're going to have to average about 90 miles per hour to get there on time.
Sorry, kids, I don't know what the problem is.
The problem is we need a helicopter.
I'm not sure that a helicopter would help us at this point. Hey, Bianca just sent us an email. She and Kaylee are working on our transportation assignment.
What is the assignment?
We're doing research on what transportation will look like 100 years from now.
Cool.
Bianca said that Tony's going to visit the Walter P. Chrysler Museum near Detroit, Michigan.
May I use the computer real quick? If Tony's checking out cars, I have a few questions for him to ask.
Sure. Remind him to get his Get Up and Go sheet from the NASA Sci-Files website.
That's a good idea. You can always find great information and resources at the site.
Hi, Mr. Dressel. I'm Tony. Thanks for meeting with me.
My pleasure. How can I help you?
We're working on a school assignment researching what transportation will be like in 100 years. We thought the best place to start would be in the past.
That's a great place to begin.
Can you tell me when and where transportation began?
Well, the first form of transportation was by foot, or more commonly known as walking.
Yeah, I know all about walking.
At some point, boats were used and animals were domesticated. But the real transportation breakthrough hadn't happened quite yet.
Breakthrough? Like the invention of the driver's license?
Not quite yet. Archaeologists believe that the very first step towards man-made transportation began in either Mesopotamia or Asia, sometime around 4000 to 3500 BC, with the invention of the wheel.
Was the invention of the car next in the timeline?
Well, it was really the invention of the steam engine in the late 18th century that made mass transportation a standard. The early trains were slow and they were often very dangerous, but as locomotives improved, they really became important to our steadily growing and very young country, especially considering we didn't have a very good road system.
I understand how trains help people travel long distances, but how did people in the city get around?
Well, there was walking, and then there were horse cars and trolleys, and finally subways. But then in the 1880s and the 1890s, they discovered the bicycle, which was great because they could go where they wanted to and when they wanted to.
So they had wheels, but they didn't have wheels.
Right, they didn't have wheels as in cars.
Wasn't the car invented around the turn of the century?
Well, actually, in France, Nicolas Joseph Cuneau invented a car as early as 1769. But since it was powered by steam, most people don't consider it really an automobile. But in the 1880s, Gottlieb Daimler and Karl Benz in Germany invented a light, practical automobile engine that really ushered in the era of the modern automobile.
How has the car changed over time?
Well, this is a 1902 Rambler. It's basically a powered buggy built using the same sort of technology they used to build bicycles. And this is a 1915 Dodge. It's basically an improved version of the Model T Ford. It was a front-engine, rear-drive, open touring car intended for a rural market.
Why did the style of cars change?
In the 1920s, people's lifestyles began to change. We were no longer a country defined as rural, and people began demanding more comfortable cars. Take a look at this 1929 Nash. It shows a shift away from open cars. The car was no longer just a fair weather option. It was now a necessity, and therefore it needed to be enclosed.
Wow, this one looks different.
It's a 1934 Chrysler Airflow. It's the first mass-produced aerodynamic car design. By 1934, engineers had discovered just how much difference air resistance made on car performance.
We learned about airflow in the case of the challenging flight and how important it is on drag.
That's right, and airflows really changed the way cars looked.
Transportation has sure changed throughout history.
Yes, as transportation improves, it's easier to live and work farther apart. If you walk to work, you're not likely to live more than about a mile away from where you work. But if you've got a car, you can drive 30 or more miles to work.
And with the invention of the airplane in 1903 by the Wright brothers, we can live even farther away and take vacations to faraway places. Thanks, Mr. Dressel. This has been a lot of help.
You're welcome. Feel free to enjoy the exhibits. There's a lot more to see.
I would never suggest breaking a law, but it looks like we will have to average about 227 miles per hour to make it to the ceremony on time.
I think you should check your numbers, Jacob. We should be fine. Remember, we have moved.
Well, Jacob does have a point. If we sit in traffic for very long, the car becomes useless.
What do you mean?
Well, no car can travel safely at 227 miles per hour.
Race cars can.
But not on the highway.
Good point, Catherine. Eventually, you'll discover certain limitations to any technology. Look at all the different forms of transportation that have been invented over the years. For example, hot air balloons, helicopters, flying cars, my own personal hovercraft, skateboards, pogo sticks.
Wait a minute, Dr. D. Did you say your own personal hovercraft?
That's right.
Where did you buy a hovercraft?
I didn't buy it. I designed it and built it.
Wow, Dr. D. How did you build a hovercraft?
And did it take long to build?
Slow down, kids. Let me start by having you look at the device on the back seat. It's called a marble twister.
This doesn't look like a hovercraft.
Yeah, but it's pretty cool. What does it do?
Put a marble on the track at the top and tell me what you see.
It's going around in circles and gradually getting closer to the bottom.
Very good. The marble twister illustrates iteration.
What did you say?
Iteration. It's part of the engineering design process. It's like a cycle.
Wow, we've seen lots of cycles before, like the rock cycle and the water cycle.
In this cycle, you develop a plan for your project, design and build a model, test and evaluate the model, and then begin the cycle again by redesigning the model based upon your test results.
I get it. Then you test the redesigned model, evaluate the results, and redesign the model again.
That's just like the marbles. Each time you go around the cycle, you get closer to a finished product. Just like each time around the circle, the marbles get closer to the bottom.
How many times do you need to go through the cycle?
Well, the product is never perfect, so you just have to decide when it's close enough.
This engineering design process sounds an awful lot like the scientific method, except the step about identifying or recognizing a problem isn't included.
Actually, I just hadn't gotten to the first steps yet. In the engineering design process, the first step is called identifying a need or want.
Then you brainstorm ideas like we did in the invention process, in the case of the Wright invention.
Very good. The engineering design process is very similar to the invention process. After brainstorming, the next step is select a solution and do research.
And then you develop a plan.
That's it, and the cycle begins. Whenever you are facing a design challenge, the process we have just discussed will be very helpful.
I can't imagine a more difficult challenge than this traffic jam.
Trust me, Jacob, there have been bigger challenges.
I remember reading about the Channel Tunnel. They had all kinds of challenges to overcome to make it work.
Exactly.
What is the Channel Tunnel?
English and French worked together to build a tunnel under the English Channel. It is a major achievement in design for transportation.
Cool. Why don't you check the internet for...
I'm way ahead of you. Working. Okay, here we go. Rosie and Wendy, Sci-File's Kids Club members in the United Kingdom, have done their own investigation on the Channel Tunnel.
Awesome. The Treehouse Detectives have officially gone global.
Wow, this is incredible. We're actually at the official nerve center of the Channel Tunnel.
Hello, we're looking for Mr. Storer.
That would be me. Hi, you must be Rosie and Wendy. I received your email. How may I help you?
We're investigating transportation.
And in our research, we learnt that advances in transportation usually result of having a problem.
And needing a solution.
The Channel Tunnel was definitely a solution to a very old problem. 13,000 years ago, Britain was connected to mainland Europe by a natural isthmus or land bridge. Then a change in sea level caused by the last ice age created the English Channel.
It seems we've had the technology to build tunnels for a long time. Why wasn't it built earlier?
2 centuries ago, Napoleon agreed that a tunnel should be built, but after war broke out between France and England, the tunnel idea was abandoned. Even though there were several plans for a tunnel, there were still technological problems to overcome.
What kind of problems?
At the time, people didn't know much about the geology under the English Channel, so they were unsure whether they could bore through it. There was also a ventilation problem.
How did they overcome the problem?
In the 1870s, both England and France agreed to work on a joint tunnel scheme. With government approval, the tunnel companies started on the first serious scientific geological exploration to find out just what kind of rocks are under the seabed.
What did they discover?
They found a bed of chalk marl which was perfect for a tunnel. It was easy to dig and impervious to water. It could also stand up without supporting walls and was thick enough to hold a tunnel.
So why didn't they dig the tunnel?
They made several attempts. In 1880, testing was carried out with a tunnel boring machine. The following year, another attempt was made, but abandoned again.
At least they kept trying.
Yes, finally, in the 1980s, the British and French governments commissioned more studies and decided that a traditional rail tunnel would be the least risky and the best value for the money.
How long did it take to build?
About 7 years. The builders bored the tunnels from 1987 to 1991, and from 1991 to 1994, workers fitted out the tunnels and terminal. Would you like to see the tunnel?
That would be fantastic. This is amazing.
Why are there 3 tunnels?
Actually, there are 3 interconnected tubes. 2 are the rail tracks for going each way, plus 1 service tunnel used for maintenance and as a safe haven in case of emergencies.
Of course, you want to make the tunnel as safe as possible, especially for such a long tunnel.
How long is the tunnel?
It's about 50 kilometres total, with 37 kilometres underwater. Its average depth is about 40 metres under the seabed.
I imagine it took a lot of people to build something so complicated.
Yes, it took over 13,000 engineers, technicians and workers to build over 150 kilometres of tunnels.
That's remarkable.
Can you drive through the tunnel or do you have to take the train?
You can do both, sort of. Trains operated by Eurotunnel use the tunnel to carry cars, coaches, motorcycles, caravans and lorries. You just drive your car into the train and travel with your car through the tunnel. EWS carries containerized freight, and the Eurostar trains carry foot passengers.
It seems like the Channel Tunnel handles all kinds of travellers and transportation.
Most definitely. In the past year, Eurotunnel carried over 2.25 million cars, about 70,000 coaches, and 1.6 million lorries. Eurostar carried 6.3 million passengers, and EWS carried 1.7 million tons of freight.
That's a lot of people and freight.
Correct. And with the opening of the tunnel, people can travel between Britain and mainland Europe any time of the day or night and in any kind of weather. It's now possible to have breakfast in London, lunch in Paris, and dinner in Barcelona, Spain.
It certainly makes the world seem smaller.
Not at this time, but Frank Davidson has a vision of a transatlantic tunnel someday.
A tunnel across the Atlantic Ocean? That would be impossible.
That might seem so now, but hundreds of years ago, so did the Channel Tunnel. Mr. Davidson proposes that a floating tunnel be anchored to the sea floor and a maglev train be used, travelling at speeds up to 5,000 miles an hour. You could literally live in the US and work in Europe.
Or live in Europe and work with the treehouse detectors during the day.
Thanks for the story, you have been most helpful.
You're welcome. Why don't we go and finish our ride through the tunnel?
Sure, sounds great. That's all for our investigation. Be sure and visit the NASA Sci-Files website for more exciting adventures and scientific inquiry.
That was amazing. Talk about solving a major problem.
We could use a tunnel to get to the awards ceremony.
I just hope we make it.
Me too. We're running out of time.
So what's up? What's causing the traffic jam? How will the past help the detectives understand the future? Do you think Dr. D's hovercraft will be a success? Stay tuned for the next exciting chapter of The Case of the Radical Ride.
Don't forget to look for the answers to the following questions. Explain why research is such an important step in the engineering design process. Why is it important to build a model of your design? Why is it important to test your model?
I know that we're getting a lot done, but why did we have to be here so early?
You're kidding, right?
No, you're never this early for school.
I hope we'll finally get a chance to meet Mr. Gregory.
Mr. Gregory, the deputy administrator for NASA? He's coming here?
It's not every day you get the chance to win an award. It's even more rare to meet NASA VIPs.
I feel so underdressed.
You're fine. I hear he's pretty cool.
We should keep an eye out. What does he look like?
I don't know. I've never met him. But I heard he's supposed to be presenting today.
I'm just glad we got here early.
And on the topic of presenting, I just finished going over Tony's Get Up and Go sheet.
And
Tony hit a research gold mine. Not only did he go to the museum, but his aunt set him up with an expert at General Motors. I'm sending him questions now.
Cool. Guess the early bird does get the worm.
Very funny.
Thank you for meeting me.
Oh, not a problem. Your aunt was telling me about your assignment. She said you're doing research into future transportation?
Right, we're researching what transportation will look like in 100 years.
Well, I can't predict the future, but I can tell you it should be very exciting.
Wow, this is incredible. Are you accepting applications for test drivers?
Not exactly, but you can check it out.
What kind of car is this?
This is GM's Autonomy. It's a concept car designed around fuel cell and by-wire technology.
Fuel cell technology? What's a fuel cell?
Fuel cells are like batteries, except as long as they're fed fuel, they keep producing energy. They don't go flat or need recharging. This particular type of fuel cell converts hydrogen and oxygen into water and produces electricity and heat in the process.
So this car uses hydrogen for fuel instead of gasoline?
Yes, it does.
So how did you come up with the idea for the Autonomy?
Well, ideas for new vehicles can come from breakthroughs in technology, from formal processes like consumer research, or from very informal processes like discussions in the office, or even ideas that pop into your head while you're driving.
Sounds a lot like brainstorming.
It is. We brainstorm all the time. When we hear customers talk about what they love about their vehicle or what they wish it could do differently, it automatically makes us start thinking about solutions and new designs.
Dr. D told us about the design process. It seems like once you have brainstormed solutions for the problem, you have to do a lot of research.
It's really the scientific method in action. To develop an idea into a vehicle is really just a long series of solving problems. Before you can start solving those problems, you have to make sure you have all the data, knowledge, and information that you need. For example, I need to make sure I'm not violating any of the laws of physics.
So you have to know about things like gravity and friction.
That's right. And sometimes in the auto industry, we do consumer research to make sure that what we've designed is really what people want. One way to do that is to build a concept car.
So this is a concept car?
Right. A concept car is a one-of-a-kind vehicle that helps engineers and designers study and learn.
What have you learned from this concept car?
A lot. We learned that when you use fuel cells and by-wire technology to drive a vehicle, you no longer need an internal combustion engine, an automatic transmission, a gas tank, or any of the mechanical linkages that we have in cars today. Those are really big parts that take up a lot of room. Without them, the car doesn't have to look the same anymore, and you're free to design it differently, inside and out.
Does it take a long time to develop a car from an idea to a real car that people can buy?
One of GM's concepts, the Pontiac Solstice, went from concept to production in just about 2 years, and that's really fast. But with a really futuristic vehicle like the Autonomy, it's different. We're going to learn so much more before we're ready to produce it, so the first fuel cell vehicles that are sold probably won't look like this. It really depends on technology, on the purpose of the concept, and what the public thinks about it.
So not all concept cars are built?
That's right. It takes a lot of people, time, and money to build a concept vehicle. So we try to make sure that we build the ones that are the best use of our resources, the ones that are going to help us learn the most about technology, about our customers, and about our own capabilities.
It sounds like research is just as important in the design process as it is in the scientific method. Thank you. You've been very helpful.
You're welcome. And don't hesitate to call if you need anything.
So, can I borrow the keys to the Autonomy? For research.
Do you have a driver's license?
I'll have to get back to you on that one in like 6 months.
Okay, Tony. Tell your aunt I said hello.
I will. Bye.
Wow, I wonder if Tony drove any of those cars.
I wonder if Dr. D will ever get to drive this van again. How's it going, Dr. D?
Slow, but I still think we'll make it.
I don't know. Award ceremonies aren't like movies where there's a bunch of previews at the beginning. But no pressure.
Pressure is actually a good thing.
Are you serious?
Remember, some of the best inventions have come from the pressure of having to solve a problem.
Well, we should do pretty well with the assignment because I'm definitely feeling the heat.
Wait a minute. Dr. D, you never told us about your hovercraft.
Oh, yes. Well, after brainstorming with 3 of the Sci-Files Kids Club members in my lab last week, we decided upon a hovercraft. Did some research on hovercraft to prepare for the design process.
What did you find out?
I discovered that the Navy has used hovercraft to transport up to 60 tons of cargo over both land and water.
Wow, there are 2,000 pounds in a ton. That is more than 120,000 pounds.
Very good. They can go up to speeds of 46 miles per hour with a full load. This requires engines with 16,000 horsepower.
That's a lot of horses.
I also did some research on air pressure. I needed to discover how powerful a blower I would need for an air supply and how big the craft would have to be to support my weight.
It's what you need to know, just like the problem board.
Precisely. I also found I needed to build a model of my hovercraft and test it to find the answers to all of my questions. I'm probably going to have to test and retest to refine my model before I actually build my prototype hovercraft.
Can we help?
Sure. Let's take a look at my first model. Based upon my research, I chose a round design covered in plastic. My research indicates I need a leaf blower to provide enough air for the full-size hovercraft. But for these models, I'm just going to use this vacuum cleaner.
You have holes in the plastic, but how do you know how many to make? And how big to make them?
That's just the problem I'm working on right now. I'm testing several models to find just the right pattern and size for the holes. I'm going to test each model to see how much weight it can lift. Let's try it.
Why did you have to sometimes lift up the hovercraft?
Well, sometimes when the air is first turned on and the plastic is flat against the table, the air can't get out of the holes to start the lifting. I hadn't anticipated this problem.
I know. You could fasten something underneath the hovercraft that would give it a little lift to begin with. Then you wouldn't have to lift it up.
Excellent idea. Our modeling process is helping us to uncover and solve problems we didn't anticipate.
Are you also going to use different sized discs?
I sure am. In fact, that's my next step.
It sounds like building models of the hovercraft was really helpful.
It really was. Speaking of models, NASA builds lots of models for their designs. Why don't you visit their model shop and learn more about the modeling process?
Well, we're kind of stuck right now, Dr. D. I'll email RJ and ask him to visit the model shop. He can give us a report.
Great idea. I also think we should do more research on transportation.
Okay, email sent.
No rush. We have time.
Oh, cool. Dr. Textbook has a history of transportation.
I have to see this.
Hello! Dr. Textbook here. Have you ever wondered how birds fly? Well, that's exactly the question that Orville and Wilbur Wright pondered when they were trying to discover controlled flight. And it led them to this! An inner tube box? Huh. Well, you may say, Dr. Textbook, are you mad? What has an inner tube box got to do with the story of controlled flight? Well, the story is this. One day in their bicycle shop, the Wright brothers are talking to some clients, and they're playing with an inner tube box and twisting it back and forth. And one day, they suddenly realize, Eureka! This is it! This is the answer to our quest, controlled flight! Get it? Well, in 1903, it was a very big year because in that year, the automobile made its first cross-country trip from San Francisco to New York City, and the Wright brothers made their historic first flight. You see, technology now has surpassed the expectations that the Wright brothers had for their aeroplane. Of course, we've all heard about NASA's HyperX plane. With its new technology, we'll all be able to fly much faster and more efficiently than this 1911 Model B aeroplane. With the next 100 years, innovative technology will make the skies the limit. Ooh. Just for fun, let's see how this 1911 Model B aeroplane fares in the skies with my hyper-realistic simulation of planes from the future! Not a very good idea.
I'm here at the NASA Langley Research Center's model shop to look into the design process involving models.
Hello, RJ. I read your friend's email, so I understand you want to learn more about making a model.
Yes. Now, we're doing an assignment on transportation and what it would look like in 100 years. Now, I understand that in the engineering design process that making a model is very important. I'm not exactly sure why.
Okay. Say if you want to test your own design, would it be a good idea to just go and build it?
Probably not, because it'll cost too much. You don't even know if it'll work.
Exactly. What if your plane or car doesn't work properly? Then you will also risk losing a human life during the testing phase.
Wow, I didn't think of that. But why are the models so small?
When we build model airplanes, the engineer determines what scale is needed.
What is scale?
Scale is the ratio or measure between the size of the model and the full-size version. For an example, take a look at this F-18 model. The scale is 5%, which simply means it's 1/20th of the full-size airplane.
So if an airplane is 10 meters long and I want to build a model about 1/10 its size, then the model would be about 1 meter for a scale of 1 to 10.
Very good.
What scales normally used when building models?
Well, one rule of thumb to follow is that the smaller the scale, the less expensive it is to build, and the easier it is to modify. However, the size varies depending on the design and how the model is tested in the various wind tunnels.
Aren't all wind tunnels the same?
Not at all. We have 38 wind tunnels, and they vary in size, and they test different functions. Some tunnels are large enough to test a small airplane, while others are only a few centimeters in size.
Why does NASA build airplane models?
Here at NASA Langley, we conduct research on model airplanes in order to make them safer, quieter, energy efficient, and more environmentally friendly. We also want to find ways to make them less expensive to build and maintain. Using models make this research easier and less costly.
Wow, that model over there looks really cool.
It's called the Blended Wing Body, BWB for short. It's a futuristic airplane with a unique shape that will cause the entire plane to generate lift and minimize drag.
We learned about lift and drag in the case of the challenging flight. They are two of the 4 forces of flight. If you want to learn more about flight, check out the NASA Sci-Files website.
Very good. And the design of this airplane is more efficient and will consume 20% less fuel while cruising at high subsonic speeds.
Wow. It looks like the wingspan on this is about 88 centimeters, or 0.88 meters, on a scale of 1 to 100. So the full-size version is going to be 88 meters across. That's one huge plane.
It would be slightly less than the length of a football field. It's being developed to carry 800 passengers, but recent studies have focused on vehicles in the 450 passenger class. This model here is expected to fly the year 2020.
2020? Let me see, I'll be about 29 years old.
And I'll be... never mind.
Thanks, Mr. James. Never knew models would be so useful.
You're welcome, and I wish you good luck on your assignment.
All right, bye.
Bye-bye.
If those guys don't get here soon, they won't get a chance to enjoy the ceremony or meet Mr. Gregory.
According to the traffic webcams on the internet, the traffic situation's not good.
At least we're getting good feedback from RJ and Mr. James. I never knew model making was so important. What's next?
Time for the problem board.
So what do we know?
We know that changes in transportation are a result of new innovations and inventions.
And we know that inventions and innovations rely on research, designing, model building, and testing, all part of the engineering method.
Right, but we really haven't researched how you test your model yet.
Maybe the NASA Sci-Files Kids Club could help. Do a search.
Will do. And yes, it looks like Cooper Elementary here in Hampton is working with King's Cross Education Action Zone in London on a design project.
London, Texas, right?
No, London, England. Both schools designed and built their own cars out of mousetraps, and now they're ready to discuss the test data. Hi, I'm Bianca Baker.
And I'm Kaylee.
Hello, good morning. I'm Jared, a 5th grader here at King's Cross Education Action Zone.
How's the video conference going?
Hi, Bianca and Kaylee. I'm Kirsty. The video conference is very interesting.
This is our 2nd design meeting, and Mr. Logan from NASA Langley Research Center is helping us with the challenge.
Right now, we are reviewing our test results. Why don't you two join us?
Looking at the test data, it looks like you've made some great improvements. Does anybody have any problems that I can help you with?
Mr. Logan, this is Kirsty. The wheels in our car just seem to spin and the car doesn't go very far.
This is where the redesign process can really help improve your model. Think about redesigning your car so that the wheels get better traction. You might try testing different materials for your wheels. You have to balance the amount of friction you get with the weight you add to your car.
Sounds like it's time for redesign.
Exactly. Let me know what you come up with. Until next week, be sure to keep track of all your data and your trial notes.
What if we added balloons to the wheels? Would it add too much weight?
I don't think so. Actually, I think rubber bands might just work.
Sounds like a cool project, but what exactly is a mousetrap car?
It is a challenge to build a car using a mousetrap as the only form of propulsion. Our designs will be judged on the distance the car travels.
How did you begin?
We began by following the design process. Our teachers gave us a mousetrap car kit like this one and some other materials to work with. We looked over materials and brainstormed ideas. That's right. We decided we needed to do some research on energy, work, force, and simple machines. Once we felt that our designs was going to work, we started building the model. But we had a problem when our axles wouldn't turn. We had trouble with our axles, too.
After more research, we learned that the axle needed sanding. This helped reduce the amount of friction so that it could spin more easily.
What are you doing now?
We have been testing our cars to see how far they would go.
The first trial didn't go very well. The car only went 1 meter.
Our 2nd and 3rd trials weren't much better. We did have a few trials that went over 2 meters.
After 10 trials, we averaged 1.4 meters. We are hoping that the rubber bands will help.
Testing is really important in the design process.
Yes, it is. By conducting tests, we can see the problem before race day.
Of course. The trials that were over 2 meters were done at Taiwan carpet. That's it. The carpet added friction.
In that case, the rubber band should create enough friction to increase the distance.
Please excuse us, but we have to get to work right away.
Thanks for all the information and good luck in your competition. Be sure to post your results on the Sci-Files Kids Club website. We want to know how it turns out.
We will. Bye from London.
Bye. Bye, and good luck on the challenge.
Okay, so they researched their design, built models, tested the cars. What's next?
Dr. D said the next step after testing and evaluation is redesign if necessary.
Which is exactly what the students are doing.
I think we need to do more research on the redesign process.
And keep looking for Mr. Gregory.
So what's up? Will a new concept car be the answer to the detectives' problems? Why can't the detectives use Dr. D's hovercraft to get out of the traffic jam? Where should the Treehouse detectives go next? Stay tuned for more of The Case of the Radical Ride.
Don't forget to look for the answers to the following questions. What is HyperX? What is a fault tree?
Dr. D, Bianca and Kaylee are doing research on the redesign process. Did you do any redesign work on your hovercraft?
Of course. It's actually a very important part of the design and invention process.
I remember from the case of the Wright invention that redesign is called the iterative process.
I wish your hovercraft was finished with the iterative process. We sure could use it right now.
Wouldn't work very well in this situation because it's electrically powered. You wouldn't get very far with an extension cord. It's one of the redesigns I'm working on.
So how is your project coming along?
Well, after testing our models for some time, we came up with a design for a prototype or a full-size model. Our testing helped us find the proper size and pattern for the holes on the bottom.
When we redesigned the models, they kept getting better and better. That's iteration.
I helped test the airflow from the leaf blower, and I think we'll have plenty of air pressure.
This plastic lid on the bottom, which was Jared's idea, helps us overcome the starting problem. Now it's time to test the prototype.
Don't forget your crash helmet, Dr. D. And your elbow pads.
And while we're talking about safety, let's put on some ear protection. This leaf blower is pretty loud.
All right, the research was right on target. It really works. This looks like fun. Can I try too?
Sure, go right ahead.
Is it time now to tell others about our success? It's part of the design process, isn't it?
You're right. But what do you think is the best way to do that?
Wait a minute, Dr. D. It seems to me that we still have a major problem with the system.
What do you mean?
Well, shouldn't there be a way to move around without being pushed?
I guess you're right. Aha! It's time to start the process all over again.
Oh, I see. We've identified a need. Now it's time to brainstorm.
How about we use a rocket engine?
I like the idea of a fan, like the swamp boats in Florida. How about 2 fans mounted on brackets? Shouldn't we get rid of these power cords?
Let's just handle one problem at a time.
Okay, Dr. D, I vote for the 2 fans. No, I like the rocket engine. It would really...
Okay, wait a minute. It's time for me to pick a solution, do some research, come up with a plan, and design and build another model. There's a lot of testing to do before you finally reach your goal.
This iterative process of design, testing, and evaluation and redesign is pretty cool.
You bet.
Hey, I just got an email from RJ about the HyperX.
That sounds really high-tech.
I'm sure it is. Mr. James told RJ that the HyperX is in the middle of the redesign process right now. He's on his way to meet with Mr. Robinson to check it out.
I'm impressed. For being stuck in traffic, you guys are getting a lot of work done.
Yes, we are good at multitasking. Now, if only there's a live broadcast of the ceremony over the internet, then we might not miss it.
Now I'm getting nervous, Jacob. Hopefully we'll still make it.
Mr. Robinson?
Hi, RJ. What can I help you with today?
We're working on a school assignment to figure out what transportation will look like in 100 years.
Wow, that's a tough assignment.
We learned all about identifying problems, creating solutions, building models, and testing and evaluating data, which is all part of the engineering method.
Sounds like you have a really good handle on the process.
Thanks. but we need to learn more about what you do when the test results don't turn out as you expected.
Well, I can certainly tell you about that. We've been working on a program for about 8 years called HyperX. Although it's been very successful, we have had test results that were not always favorable.
What's the HyperX program?
Well, it's a series of small experimental research aircraft. Each one's about the size of a small car, and it's designed to test a new type of propulsion system called a scramjet.
How does it work?
But for a scramjet to work, the engine and the vehicle it's attached to must already be flying at a pretty fast speed, around Mach 3.
Mach 3? That's 3 times faster than the speed of sound. We learned in the case of the barking dog that sound travels at 330 meters per second. Times 3? That's 990 meters per second. Now that's fast.
Yes, it is. The engine uses the speed of the aircraft and its special shape to compress the air. Once the air is compressed, fuel is mixed in and burned, much like in a car engine, but with a lot less moving parts. The fuel-air mixture is then expanded out the back of the engine, and it propels the vehicle forward.
What are the benefits of using a scramjet rather than a regular engine?
Well, if you use a scramjet on a spacecraft, you don't have to carry as much oxygen on board as you do with today's conventional rockets. This would allow the vehicle to be lighter, safer, and less expensive. You can carry more cargo and payload to space.
Could it be used on a regular aircraft?
Yes, if we can successfully demonstrate this technology, it could allow us to build a whole new generation of aircraft. We could take off from the United States and fly to Japan in 2 hours. Today, that trip takes 14.
Now that's the plane of the future. Now, you said the HyperX had problems. What were they?
Well, on our first flight attempt, we had a problem with the booster rocket that's supposed to get us up to our test condition at Mach 7. About 13 seconds into the flight, the wings and tails broke off the vehicle, and it started to lose control, and we had to destroy it. We were all very disappointed. The scramjet didn't even get a chance to work.
That must have been awful. What'd you do?
Well, we made a list of everything that we thought could have gone wrong and what may have caused it. This list is called a fault tree. We studied each branch of the fault tree until we could eliminate that branch as a contributor to the failure.
Did you find the problem?
Well, the branches that were left on the fault tree were investigated further. We redesigned some of the parts and changed the way we fly the rocket. And after 3 years, we think we're ready to fly again.
Sounds like a complicated process.
It is, and it takes time, but you really have to do a thorough job when test results aren't what you expect, just to prevent future problems.
Thanks, Mr. Robinson. You've given me a lot of information on the redesign process. Good luck on your next test flight.
Thank you, RJ, and good luck on your assignment. Call if you have any questions.
Thank you.
I hope the traffic clears up quickly. How much time do we have? The auditorium doors will open in about 30 minutes. At least we'll get good seats. I'm not worried about us. Great. It looks like RJ spoke with the HyperX people.
Do they have a solution for the traffic?
No, but they will eventually change the way we travel.
And that's a good thing. Now we've looked at design, testing, and redesign. Where do we go next?
How about the problem board?
Great. What do we know?
We know that transportation has changed radically over time.
Right. Planes, trains, and even cars look and operate more efficiently than they did 20 years ago.
We also know that the design and redesigning process is critical to making these improvements.
So what do we need to know?
We still need to know what transportation will look like 100 years from now.
That is our assignment. And boy, is it tough. From everything we've learned so far, who knows? We may not even use trains in the future.
Hold on, Kaylee. Don't forget what we learned at the Channel Tunnel. Trains have made some big improvements over the years.
You're right. I guess I just haven't ridden on a train in a while.
As a matter of fact, I did some research on maglev trains. I'll try to bring it up. I also saw in Tony's email that a NASA Sci-Fi's Kids Club in Detroit, Michigan is doing an experiment with maglev technology.
Awesome. We can check it out.
Here it is.
Hi, I'm Jamon. And I'm Antoinette. And we're in Miss Thomas's class at Golightly Educational Center in Detroit, Michigan. We're working on an experiment using magnets with our mentors from the Society of Women Engineers. We saw Wendy and Rosie's report on the possibility of a transatlantic tunnel, and we wanted to know how a maglev train works. So we did a little research and decided to investigate magnetic field strength. We placed 4 magnets on the wooden dowel with the opposite poles together so that the magnets would stick. Then we added the 5th magnet on top with the same poles together so that it was repelled by the other 4. We used a metric ruler to measure the distance between the top magnet and the ones on the bottom. Then we added 2 washers at a time onto the top magnet and measured the new distances. Then after 10 washers, we began adding them 4 at a time. After each measurement, we recorded the distance in millimeters on a chart. We also put the data on a graph that had the number of washers on the horizontal axis and the distance on the vertical axis.
We learned that as you add mass to the top magnet, the distance between the magnets decrease.
And the graph helped us see that as the magnets come closer together, that the magnetic force becomes really strong.
That's why we added 4 washers per measurement when the magnets got closer together.
We also made our own maglev train.
We hope that you have enjoyed our experiment.
Goodbye from Golightly Educational Center and the Society of Women Engineers in Detroit, Michigan.
If you would like to learn more about higher class and get a mentor from the Society of Women Engineers, visit the NASA Sci-Files website.
That was awesome. I may have been a bit hasty in predicting the demise of the train. It's really cool technology. I just wish Dr. D and the gang were on a maglev train right now. You're right. It's gonna be tight. Plus, I'm a little concerned about the assignment. Really? What was the problem? Well, we learned a lot about the engineering method of research, design, testing, and redesign, but I'm not sure that will really help us figure out how transportation will look in the future. True, and on the NASA Sci-Files website, you can play an online game to learn about the future of transportation. But we do have a few ideas. Maglev trains, concept cars, and what about NASA's HyperX? That's true, but I still think we need to do more research. Well, NASA's probably the best place to start.
Did someone say NASA?
So what's up? Will the Treehouse detectives make it to the award ceremony on time? Have the detectives done enough research on the future of transportation? Will they find Mr. Gregory? Stay tuned for the exciting conclusion of The Case of the Radical Ride.
Don't forget to look for the answers to the following questions. How will PAVE benefit travelers? How will tourism change in the next 100 years? Why does NASA want to inspire the next generation of explorers?
How's the internet connection holding up?
Good. As long as we're near a Wi-Fi network, we're in great shape. Why?
I'm thinking our only chance to make it on time is jetpacks.
Jetpacks?
Jetpacks. That's the answer. Look it up.
Hate to burst your bubble. That technology's been around for years, but it never became practical or safe.
Desperate times call for desperate measures.
Jacob, you're going too far. Besides, Bianca told us that NASA has some really interesting options for personal transportation.
Really? How does it work?
Not sure, but RJ is headed there now. I'm sure he can help us.
Oh, hi, you must be RJ. I understand that you want to learn more about personal air vehicles, or we call them PAVE for short.
Yes. Our class assignment is to try to determine what transportation will look like in 100 years. Now, from what I know from the PAVE, it sounds like a project of the future. Is it actually a flying car?
The basic idea behind PAVE is not so much to make a flying car, but to make an air transportation system with many of the same characteristics that we really like about cars.
So how will PAVE work?
First, we need an airspace system that works a lot more like our highway system, with small airplanes that work a lot more like our cars.
How do you build highways in the sky?
There are already 5,000 airports, and many of them are hardly used. The Small Aircraft Transportation System, or SAS for short, is working on low-cost electronics in order to give even the smallest of these airports all-weather capability. These small airports could then be safely used by anyone who'd like to fly instead of drive.
Sounds great. What would a personal air vehicle look like?
Well, we have several concepts that range from mild to wild. On the mild side, it looks a lot like small airplanes of today, but with some big differences. For example, there will be a ducted fan instead of a propeller and engine muffling. Both will dramatically help to reduce noise.
Now I know airplanes are really expensive. Will I be able to buy my own PAVE?
It'll be more expensive than a car, but less than an airplane, and that's because it'll use a lot of car parts and have a streamlined design.
Aren't planes difficult to fly?
Right now we have robotic airplanes that do most of their flying without help, but they're not that reliable.
So what's the wild PAVE going to look like?
Well, it's called our gridlock commuter, and it looks like a great big duct that carries 1 or 2 people. It doesn't go very far or very fast, but it only needs the space of a baseball field to take off on land, and the best part is that you can drive it on local streets.
Why does it need to drive on the streets?
To reduce what we call intermodal delay.
Intermodal delay?
Yes, intermodal delay is the time we spend going from one mode of transportation to the other. For example, today we drive to the airport, park, walk to the airplane, fly, and then reverse the process. Wouldn't it be nice if you could just have your airplane take you the whole way?
It sure would. But of course, we couldn't fit an airplane in our garage.
No, but you could live in a community that centers around a small airport, and all of the houses would have a hangar as well as a garage.
Is that what transportation's going to look like in 100 years?
Actually, they already exist. There are at least 6 air parks here in Virginia now, and there are many more across the United States.
Wow, that's awesome. Are there any other benefits to PAVE?
Yes, PAVE makes it possible to have more choices about where to live, work, or go to school. Studies have shown that most people are unwilling to spend more than a little over an hour commuting. Before cars, you could only go a couple of kilometers in an hour. But with modern cars, you can go 40 or 50 kilometers in about the same time in heavy traffic.
We're learning a lot about traffic. Dr. D and a couple other treehouse detectives are still stuck on the highway.
With a PAVE, that problem would be eliminated for the most part. You would also be traveling at faster speeds than driving, and there'd be a reduction of intermodal delay. All these things would allow you to live 95 or more kilometers away from work, which would make it possible for you to enjoy both an urban and a rural lifestyle.
That's awesome. That means I could live near my grandma in the country and still work in the city. It sounds great. How soon will PAVE be available?
We're hoping to have a full-size flying demonstrator by 2010. After that, it could be as little as 2 years for a manufacturer to put them in showrooms right next to old-fashioned cars. So maybe by 2012.
2012? That's a lot less than 100 years. Leave it to NASA to be on the cutting edge. Thanks, Mr. Hahn.
You're welcome, and good luck, and don't hesitate to call me if you need anything else.
All right, bye.
Bye-bye.
Okay, so let me get this straight. You want to learn more about the future of transportation?
Correct. We thought we would go directly to the NASA website for more information.
Well, that's a great place to start, but I may be able to help you out.
Really? That would be great. You must know a lot about NASA.
Actually, I have a colleague who works for NASA. He could tell you a lot about the future of transportation.
That's awesome.
You know, his name is Terry Hertz, and he's helping NASA shape the future of transportation. You know, you could dial him up if you would like to. Is this wireless?
Yes. Here he is on the website. Hi, Mr. Hertz. We're the Treehouse Detectives, and we're working on an assignment on the future of transportation. What's your vision of how people will travel in the next 100 years?
Great question. I think people will be able to travel anywhere at any time.
Wow, how will they be able to do that?
With sonic booms no louder than background noise, supersonic aircraft will dramatically reduce travel time. Flights will be affordable, absolutely safe, and you can fly to anywhere in the world in a day.
Do you think there'll still be a need for an automobile?
There will always be a need for cars, but personal air vehicles will replace some of the car trips we take today.
Will there be any larger forms of transportation?
There might be air taxis. Then we could visit friends and family more often.
Do you think people will travel into space as tourists?
Definitely. Tourism today is about seeing the wonders of the Earth. And imagine tomorrow, seeing the wonders of the solar system up close.
How will we be able to achieve so much?
NASA's greatest strength is its scientists and engineers. They know no bounds to technology advancements. And strong partnerships among government agencies, industry, and academia will complement this anything is possible attitude.
Do we have any limitations?
We are only limited by our imagination and vision.
Thanks, Mr. Hertz. The future sounds so exciting. I can't wait to be a part of it.
You're very welcome. I know you and the other Treehouse detectives will make significant contributions to our future. Call if you need anything. Bye.
Bye. That's great.
It sure is, and I sure am glad that Mr. Hertz was helpful.
He sure was. Thanks for the help.
Is there anything else I can help you with?
Well, we're really hoping for a chance to meet with Mr. Gregory.
You know, the deputy administrator of NASA.
He's one of our heroes.
Do you know him?
Well, I've spent some time with him.
We better get inside.
Maybe you can point him out to us.
Maybe.
Well, I've got good news and bad news.
If the bad news is any worse than missing the award ceremony, missing my brilliant acceptance speech, and missing my one opportunity to meet Mr. Gregory, I'm not interested. Give me the good news.
Sorry, Jacob. There is nothing I could do. If only I were in my Hummer, things would have been different.
Hummer? Dr. D, you have a Hummer?
Only in my dreams.
I know things will work out, Dr. D.
So what's the good news?
Well, Bianca made considerable headway on our assignment.
That's right. We're supposed to report on what transportation will look like in 100 years. And we know all about scramjets that can fly at great speeds and blended wing jets that can carry 800 people.
We also know more about maglev trains and cool concept cars.
And the channel tunnel shows us that we can aim high and achieve great things.
How is all this progress going to happen?
There's only one way, the engineering design process.
You know, the process of identifying a problem, brainstorming, and selecting a solution.
Doing research, developing plans, and designing and building models.
Don't forget testing and evaluation, and redesign.
And redesign and redesign.
How could we forget iteration? You've taught us well.
Congratulations, kids. We may not make this ceremony, but you've completed yet another assignment. Quite an accomplishment while stuck in traffic.
Guys, guess what? Bianca just sent us an email. The ceremony is being streamed live over the internet.
Are we connected?
Yes.
Dr. D, don't move the car.
Good afternoon. I'm Mr. Gregory, and today we are recognizing area students for outstanding achievement by middle school kids. Throughout history, we have looked to the heavens for answers to life's bigger questions. As we stand at the threshold of the 21st century, we have the potential within our lifetimes to discover the answers. Our first award is Outstanding Achievements in Inspiring Others to Succeed in Math and Science. The winner for our first category, or should I say winners, are the Treehouse Detectives.
Quick, email Bianca my speech.
We won.
I really wish we could have been there.
Well, we'll be there shortly. Maybe you'll still get a chance.
I think you're right, Dr. D. More than you know.
What do you mean?
I just got an email from Bianca. You'll never believe what she just told me.
With the nation's new vision, a renewed spirit of discovery, we're going to be building a new crew exploration vehicle. We're going to be going back to the moon, and we are going to send humans and robotics to Mars and beyond.
I can't wait. What can we do to make this a reality?
First of all, you have to stay in school and take lots of courses in math and science, and check the NASA website. See if there are any areas of interest that you might have, and just begin to prepare yourself for the future.
Sounds just like the steps we use to solve problems.
What is NASA doing to inspire the next generation of explorers?
Well, you know, education is a core part of NASA. But what we're trying to do is make science and discovery and technology exciting for you. You know, one of you might be the first to step on Mars.
Thanks, Mr. Gregory.
You know, I actually have a question.
Just ask.
Where do you all do this exciting research? It's your backyard. It's her backyard. This is a big backyard.
This is my backyard.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the LaVergne Boarding Zone Appeals, January the 9th at 5:30 p.m. We do have a quorum. And if you'd like to review the minutes from November the 28th, 2023 meeting, and let me know any comments from the minutes, please. There's no comments. I'll take a recommendation for the minutes.
Recommendation to approve the minutes.
We have a first. Do we have a second for the minutes?
Aye.
Anyone on second? Second. Okay. Those in favour say aye.
Aye.
The minutes will be approved. Okay. Number 2 and 3, nominate, elect a chairman for 1-year term and nominate, elect a vice chairman for 1 term will be deferred until the next meeting, which is the end of this month. Moving on to old business, request for a special exception to allow sales and leasing of trucks and trailers, property located at 486 Walden Road, tax map 17, parcel 28.03, I2 heavy industrial zoning, property owned by Ryder Truck Rental, Inc. Mr. Logan, have your report, please.
Thanks. So this is the existing Ryder Truck facility that's located in LaVergne, and you can see it on the screen. The address is 486 Waldron Road. So it's at the corner of Waldron and Howell Quaker Boulevard. They are requesting permission to allow sales and leasing of trucks at this site. According to the zoning ordinance and codified in Article 5, the commercial uses that are currently allowed in C1, C2, C3, and C4, those uses can be allowed in I2 zoning districts if the Board of Zoning Appeals grants a special exception. So that's why they're here. Vehicle leasing and or sales is one of those uses, of course, that's allowed in the C1 through C4 zones. There has been a sign on the property now more than 5 weeks, and staff has not received any phone calls about the subject property. So zooming in a little closer, you can see there's quite a bit of trucks on this property. I did go out there today and took some newer pictures, which you have in front of you. The other pictures, because it's winter time, every time you take a picture, it seems like it's too dark, and today wasn't a ton better. But anyway, those are newer pictures, and I tried to take several of the site so you can see the building and the fenced area. So on the screen now is the zoning map, and this is zoned I2 heavy industrial, which is that dark blue area, and the red areas are commercial zoning. And you've probably seen their application was also loaded on Civic Clerk. And then on the screen is the exhibit that was submitted by Ryder. So in this view, Murfreesboro Road should be, or excuse me, not Murfreesboro, Waldron Road should be along the right side of the image. And they've outlined in red the proposed truck sales lot. So that's the area that they're planning on using for this use. And then you can see the other buildings there that are existing. My understanding and in the conversations with the applicant, they're not building any buildings at this point. They're just trying to get permission for this use. And let's see, they did submit they did submit images of the existing zoning versus the future, which was also they wanted to show that in the future with the new zoning these uses still be allowed on this lot. So there's no change there. That's all for the report, and we'll be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Logan. Do you have a representative here this evening? Can you step forward, if you would, to the podium? Yeah, both of those can speak. That'll be great. Gentlemen, if you both raise your right hand, do you promise to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, to help you God?
I will.
If you just state your names and address for the record, please.
I'm Dan Johnson. I am the Director of Vehicle Sales for Ryder for the Mid-Atlantic region.
Andres Carvalho, Project Manager with Ryder, and you need an address?
Yes, please, sir.
Personal? It's
business is fine.
Oh, business. Yeah, Ryder Truck Rental, Miami.
Okay. Any comments on what Mr. Logan said about his report? Anything you'd like to add?
Yeah, well, the intent will be to allocate the truck sales on that specific area of the survey that we presented.
Right there, yeah.
And then there's an existing trailer that we would intend to use as the office to do where we would do the transactions for these trucks.
And he was correct. There was nothing to be manufactured. It's our vehicles that just come to that lot for presentation to sell.
Okay. So the potential leasee or purchaser would come to your facility and look at the vehicle, the trailer itself?
Yes, it would be, this parcel is intended for this retail sale.
Retail sales?
That's correct.
Okay.
It would be no leasing or renting out of this location.
Okay. And just approximately, how much will be sales and how much will be leasing? Just approximately?
Out of this, 100% sales.
100% sales?
Retail
Okay.
and end user, that's
Okay.
correct.
Is there any maintenance or work done on the vehicles at this location?
Not at that facility,
Did this
no.
just walk around and look at the vehicle and
That's
and
correct.
take a bit?
Just display.
Deal. All right. And I see that on the new zoning, so it does meet the new zoning requirements. My other comment was the building that you put up, the temporary building, how long is that planned to be there for? Because years ago you had another temporary building, and then several years later you built a new building and took the other one away. So what's the plan there, just for out of interest?
I mean, we plan to move there permanently.
Okay.
To do to the truck sales.
Okay, good deal. All right.
So we'll do some refresh, exterior paint, replace the exterior canopy, beautify the building, just paint, replace the existing canopy, which is a little bit somewhat damaged, and that's about it.
But the colours will be similar to what's on there now, so
Yeah.
no big drastic changes?
Correct, yes.
Okay, good.
Yeah.
Good deal. Gentlemen, any other comments that you have for this applicant?
What did they do in the past when the truck reaches a point where it's not viable? Did they sell them at auction or what?
With the truck, can you ask a
When
question?
Didn't you lease trucks there in the past?
Well, we still do.
Yeah, so, yes. So out of the main building, we lease trucks. We service the trucks in that main building, and then we lease the trucks. The ask here is to sell trucks in just this section of the.
So the leasing part's not going to change any whatsoever?
No,
No.
Okay.
no.
That's already in existence in the other part of in the bigger parcel.
Yeah.
What do you do with the old trucks?
That's me. That's what we're presenting. Once they've expired their life, the leasing life or rental life, you want to use it as an example like enterprise car rental. When they're finished with the vehicles, they have their enterprise car lots, and that's what we're doing as well. And we manufacture our own product. So we lease the vehicle, we buy it from the OEM. We use our lease vehicles and our rental vehicles, and then when we're finished with them, they're at the Ryder facility, and they get de-identified and prepared to come to my lot. And then we display them for retail sale.
How did you dispose of them in the past?
We are currently up in Nashville, up in Polk Avenue.
Any other questions, gentlemen? With that, I'll take a motion for the applicant for the request as presented. Do you have a motion?
Make a motion to approve.
A motion to approve. Do you have a second?
Second.
Those in favour say aye.
Aye.
Motion carries. Thank you, gentlemen. You're approved. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, guys.
Thank you.
Thank you.
No other business. We'll call this meeting adjourned. Thank you.
Good evening, everyone, and welcome to the Parks and Recreation Advisory Committee meeting. Today is November the 20th, 2023. We do have a quorum, and I call this meeting to order. The first line of business is I need a motion and a second to approve the minutes from our last meeting.
Motion to approve.
A second.
I have a motion from Commissioner Davison and a second from the young lady at the end of the table, Miss Felicia. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? All right, so I seen it up the other day, guys. The big snow rink is up and running and ready for business. So who's going to talk a little bit about this?
That's going to be Kathy.
All right.
Snow rink opens on December 1st. It'll be open from December 1st to the 17th. It's open Fridays, Saturday, and Sundays. It will not be open December 15th, and the first Sunday, which is December 3rd, from noon to 1 will be the special needs skate. And it's open to the general public from 1 to 6 that day. So Fridays are 5 to 9, Saturdays are noon to 6, and Sundays are noon to 6.
And this is all on social media?
It is. It got posted this morning, so all of the dates and times are out there.
If everyone could please share that, I know they would appreciate it. You say it's not going to be open on what day?
December 15th. That is a Friday.
What is that?
That is the city Christmas party. We don't have staff to man it.
That is right, the 15th. Yeah, I seen it up, so I was excited about it. You got the heaters, you got the skate rentals.
Skates are free, so it's free to the public, including the skates. We've got all the amenities from before, the heaters, the skate aids, and so forth.
And we did expand it this year?
Last year. We doubled the size last year. So I believe it can accommodate up to 60 skaters at a time. It is on 1-hour sessions, so from 5 to 6. Let's say you show up at 5:20, you get on the rink, you still have to get off at 6. So you have the option to wait till 6 and get a full 45, 50 minutes with the skate changed, or you could elect to go ahead and get on, but then have to get off at 6. So it is every hour on the hour.
Do they need to schedule a time or just show up?
No, we're just doing show up. We've not met the maximum when we schedule in advance. The only day that we had that was on the Winter Festival Day, and people got stuck in the parade traffic, so scheduling kind of messed up the process. They would get there 30 minutes late because of the traffic, and then they would only get their 30 minutes skate time. So it is first come, first serve.
Any questions?
Is there a volunteer sign-up sheet this year?
The only day we're actually taking volunteers is on the Winter Festival Day. That is December 2nd. We can make a sign-up sheet. I know the high school, they're working on getting me some of the volunteers for that day.
Okay.
We've not had enough foot traffic, so with the staff the other days, we're able to accommodate that.
Would that count, volunteering down there, would that count towards that scholarship thing, that
I
program?
believe so. I believe
a
so.
lot of the kids from high school, the high school beta club, that's what they use that
Beta
for.
Club, that's what I was trying to think. What, do y'all got a paper you sign for them or something?
There is a form, yes, and usually I have a teacher at the school that she coordinates that, and then she gets everybody lined up and in contact with me with the form.
And in case it's super cold, we got a tent with a heater, heaters on the ice, out on the tennis court.
We do have, yes, we do put the heaters down on the tennis court near the benches for the skate swap. I think we're putting a tent on the court with the skates this year.
The skates will be on the court this year, and then so will the waivers also. So everything will be on the court this year.
That sounds a lot more convenient.
And up on the grass, yeah.
Well, and it was up in the parking lot, but it
the
helps
parking
us
lot,
because a lot of the kids would try to wear the skates on the pavement. So if it's down on the court, it helps us keep up to make sure they either are on the rink or the mats.
Gotcha.
Any questions about the snow rink? All right, we'll move on to the Parade of Lights and the Winter Festival.
Both of those are December 2nd. Winter Festival is from 3 to 8 p.m. at the park. Parade starts at 5 p.m. here at City Hall and filters into the park. This year's theme is Peace on Earth, which y'all know. Grand Marshal is Aaron Bach. Pictures with Santa will be around 6:30 to 8. Once they arrive at the park, we'll open that up for pictures. And as far as that event goes, you've got the vendors, snack vendors. The snow rink will be open till 8 o'clock that Saturday. Pretty much that's it for that particular Saturday. Something I wanted to bring up maybe for next year is to separate the tree lighting and have it earlier, maybe at the end of November, and separate it from the Parade of Lights. Just so we can have the tree lighting up here at City Hall. It's something to think about for next year. This year, it's all included.
Well, we definitely needed to do some kind of change. I noticed even last year, people were still trying to get in and still trying to get there, and so they did miss the tree lighting, and that was one of the issues here with the traffic. So maybe we have 2 separate events for that. I do like that idea.
I would like that. Just, I prefer the tree to be at City Hall, but that's just me. But yeah, and we'll have fireworks are iffy. I don't know. I shouldn't say that one. With the weather out, the conditions, I don't know if we'll have those this year.
Well, I think we could do the tree lighting here and then have the coraliers. It's a little more smaller, a little more intimate. And then up there is all of your vendors and people and kids and running and stuff. And I don't know that we get as many people really paying attention with that. So I could see that being 2 separate events. And most people put their trees up the day after Thanksgiving.
So, and the choir will be at the Winter Festival singing as well. So that is one thing we'll have again this year. So.
What is the date for the Parade of Lights?
December 2nd.
So if the tree lighting was here, then you're saying have it earlier and then have the parade a week later?
Just something to think about for next year, yes.
Because you'd have to, if you did all that at once, you'd have to parade from the park down here.
Correct. And that's the way it used to be until
Yeah,
we
I know.
added the Winter Festival and then we swapped it. So.
I don't see why we couldn't do 2 separate,
And you could have 2 trees, you could have 2 tree lightings. With us decorating City Hall, we would like to have a tree out here, so we could do 2 separate ceremonies. Have this one more small and low-key, and then the day of the parade, blow it out up there.
You think we could squeeze in 2 separate good weather weekends in a row?
Well, it wouldn't have to be a weekend. We could do it on Friday night, or we could even do it on a Wednesday night, or even after a board meeting one night.
That would be nice.
So, Kathy, do you have vendors' names?
Vendors' names?
Yeah, I mean, you said there's going to be vendors there?
Maybe just what kind of vendors would
I've got
be better.
craft vendors, popcorn vendors.
That's what I mean.
Okay, I was going to say I don't have every name. Hot chocolate.
Coffee?
Nobody's listed coffee yet. Oh, although Kona Ice bought a coffee truck, so they might be doing coffee. They listed hot chocolate, but it might include coffee as well. Kettle corn.
Is the,
Other snack.
I've got some other snack vendors. I just can't think of it at the top of my head. And then I've got some.
Like a cup of chili.
Yeah, like the high school is having a booth that's doing a fundraiser, maybe a small cup of chili and a hot dog. And they're doing hot chocolate as well. And then the craft vendors.
Did we find a sleigh yet?
We did not find a sleigh, but I think the fire truck's going to be available for that night. So I think we're good there.
Yeah.
We're going to pull people with the fire department?
Oh, you were talking about, I'm sorry, you were talking about the horse-drawn carriage. We were looking for a sleigh because one of the fire trucks were out of commission.
Right. We were trying to Santa and Mrs. Claus. We were working on that before. No, we did not. The horse and buggy, the horse and carriage, he was not able, he said his horses couldn't go up the hill. And we were not able to find a different person that had the horse and carriage that was available. So,
Well, I'm sad I missed it last year then.
yeah.
Are the, you trying to do anything with the seniors over there to do out hot chocolate or anything?
We haven't gotten that far yet. I know, I don't know if last year, I think there's 2 years that they missed it. So as of right now, we initially thought we were going to be able to, but we're so strapped with staff right now, we're not sure we're going to be able to pull that off.
Okay. You guys that may or may not know Mr. Aaron Bach, reach out to him on Facebook. He's on my friend's page. Him and his wife are super, super great people. He's in the military. He's a hefty guy, real nice, real friendly. So if you get the opportunity, reach out to him on Facebook.
And what does he do?
He's in the military.
No, what would we reach out to him for?
Oh, he's
He's
going to
the
be
Grand
the
Marshal.
Oh, I'm sorry.
for the
Okay.
parade.
Sorry.
I guess for my own personal being, so I can think about it, when and what time do we need to be where for the parade?
Parade starts at 5, so you're going to want to be here. I haven't done the emails yet. It's going to be around 3 o'clock for lineup because we've got so many people funneling in that you're going to have to get there to be able to get to your spot. So, but I'll get the emails out to everybody.
And this year, there's three bands, Antioch, Cane Ridge, and LaVergne will be in the
Nice.
parade.
Cool.
So lots of kids.
Lots. We've
Lots
got
of
one
children.
dance group that said they have 120.
And because it's after dark, we cannot throw candy.
Correct, yes.
Or anything else.
Or anything else. Nothing can be thrown.
Almost got my head knocked off one year by a Bible.
You,
Hush.
all right. Anybody got any more questions about the Parade of Lights or the Winter Festival? All right, we will move on to Brookside Park.
Yeah, we put that on there. I won't say there has been some development, but it's kind of really been slow. You know, I think we got awarded the grant maybe in 2019 for the Brookside Park. Costs have gone up considerably, so we wanted to bring this before you guys so you were aware. At our next BOMA workshop, this is going to be a topic for discussion for them to kind of see where we're at with that and then kind of go over the cost to see. Estimated costs on the city side have tripled. There was $200,000 put in the budget for this project. We're not going to be able to do it for that. Realistically, we're probably looking minimum $600,000, $700,000 on the city side. So that's going to be for the board to decide whether they want to move forward with accepting that grant, which we have accepted the grant. My understanding is if we don't move forward with that, we would just have to pay back the state any money that they have vested in that so far.
What's just the economy? What caused it to go up so much?
It's a little bit of that. The equipment cost for the playground really hasn't gone up considerably enough to justify all that. It's in a floodplain over there. So when we started, it's going to be a little more extensive dirt work now than when we first imagined it. The new city engineer coming on board, he has taken a look at some of the numbers, and the preliminary numbers didn't match up to what he had or what he was throwing out, the first guy. That's gone up. The equipment has gone up. The pavilion has gone up. So we are looking at roughly, Andrew, you may have better figures than I do. We're probably looking at a minimum $600,000 easy on our side.
But you gotta realize COVID hit, everything's gone up.
Oh, I understand, and if you would have said that it's doubled, I would have said, well, that's it, but triple. So it's $600,000 approximately. And then what was the grant for?
The grant is for 200,000. It's about 202 on the city side right now. It's a matching grant, 50-50. They put up half, we put up half. Originally started out at 162. COVID hit. They knew prices were going up, so they added, I think, 20 or 25% to that. They took it to about 202 on our side. Same on there. So right now we're looking at a little under 404. The pavilion, did you get the printout of the pavilions?
I'll give you a couple of figures. Just the play structure and surfacing is right at 138,000, and your shelter is about 155,000. So that's just 2 items. That's not including your parking lot, your walking trail, any kind of amenities such as your signage or your trash cans, benches. Also with TDEC, you're having some electrical utilities and water put on site. So that's additional cost. So just alone, just on the play structure and the shelter, you're looking at close to what we initially thought the cost would be, not including any additional sidewalks, parking lot, things of that nature.
And I think the only good way to get a cost estimate would be to put this out for I don't want to say a fake bid, a preliminary bid, just to get some numbers back. But then again, are you going to run into that where we're going to put this bid out and whoever bids on it knows that it's going to have to go back out again because the funds are going to have to be approved? Now, with that being
It
said,
wouldn't have to go back out again for bid, I don't think.
okay.
I think that the funds would have to be approved and there would have to be a budget amendment, possibly. But
and with
you
that-
wouldn't have to rebid it.
Yeah, and with that being said, we don't know what the costs are going to be at this point. I think there's an option out there that when we take that grant from TDEC, we are tied into that for the life of you and me. And this one down here, the grant for this park was in 1977. So we're tied to that money forever. It doesn't matter if it's 10 years, 50 years. My understanding is that money has to be reallocated somewhere. The only way we were able to get out of this grant here was to move that park to a different location, and it freed this spot up. So just say I'm 56. If we take this grant money, and when Andrew's 56, we're still going to be tied to it. So whatever you do, you still have to abide by those TDEC specs.
Yeah,
I think we could do the project in-house.
just like when he's talking about TDEC, like your play surface, they require to be ADA that you have to have the pour and play rubber surfacing. So I don't know, back when Veterans Park, before we changed it to mulch, they used to have the rubber on there. Rubber's close to $80,000 to $100,000, whereas a load of mulch is less than $5,000. So when we accept their grant, we have to meet their specifications. Even though mulch meets ADA specifications, we have to meet what the state requires us. And that's just a sample of what $75,000 difference right there on one item. So like I said, when we're tied to them, we're tied to their requirements completely on every aspect of the job.
I don't ever remember asking a question like this, but I think would be a good time. Does anybody or I don't really know how to ask it, but anyway, go out to big corporations here in LaVergne. I mean, we got some big ones, and ask for donations to help build parks for kids and stuff. Has that happened, Felicia? You'd probably know that.
They've gone out and asked, they've supported what is now the LaVergne Festival. They used to support, Bridgestone used to support quite a bit of that festival. I can remember back in the day when, of course, that was when our public relations person did it. So they had time in the day more than our Parks Department has in their day to go out and actually
Well, that's what
go
I
out
was.
and ask for it.
That's what I was.
And yes, they used to go out and ask for it, and Bridgestone, you might not get as much from some of the smaller ones, but TDS used to always give money, Bridgestone.
But I know over the last,
Parthenon, I think, has given money, Parthenon Metals, Quality. About the time Ajax Turner come in, they may have done some things, but we kind of quit going,
that's kind of,
that I know of, they quit going out asking for it.
that's kind of what I was thinking, because I know in the last, all those companies you just mentioned have been around for ages. And
Yes,
in the last 5 years, there has been some huge warehouses and things built, especially over in Center Point and stuff. And even though that's a lot of money, and I don't know who they are, but it almost feels like we need to have somebody to write something up, help with the community, especially parks and the children, and go to these big corporations. And $600,000 is a very minute amount, but I don't know who they are or who that person is. But I know that Smyrna does it. I know, and I'm not comparing. It's a different thing. But I know a lot of other communities have people that
They sponsor them. You'll see the signs.
sponsor and make donations to the city to build that particular thing. And I just wonder who that person or persons would be that could do that. And because, you know, if you got 8 or 10, 15 or 20 big corporations that's giving X amount of dollars.
I'll be the first one to tell you I wouldn't mind doing it, but my job prohibits me from asking for dollars.
Well, and that's what I'm saying,
My
see?
position
And
prohibits me from asking.
yeah, and I certainly was not asking you.
No, but I do know that our PR in the past has been the one that went and asked for
And
it.
they can do that?
Yeah. It can be done. They would do letters and mail letters to places and then go out too.
Is that anything, David, that you guys would be interested in trying to take part in? And
Well, and I'm not real sure how that would work with a grant, with the state funded grant. I don't know if it matters where the funding comes from. You know, the deadline on this grant is August 2025. So it's really not that far away from here. It's 2 years. We really haven't even done anything. Once everything gets approved, you could probably build that in 6 months. But without knowing what the costs were, because it is coming back before the Board of Mayor and Aldermen, we want to get in front of you guys first. Could we build that park for way less money than what it's going to cost us? Probably, and not be tied to the TDEC grant. But on the front end, you wouldn't have the parking or the walking trail. And I don't know how big of a draw that's going to be with it being a neighborhood park anyway. We're looking more for the foot traffic. It's going to have 13 parking spots, I think. So could you lose some stuff on the front end but still provide a park? Yes. It all depends on what the board, which direction they wanted to go in. Is there other things in the city that would take precedence over an additional $400,000 or $500,000? I don't know. That'd be up for an elected official to answer. Those people need a park on that side of town, no doubt. I think we could provide them something.
Could you say that what streets is that supposed to be?
it's out there if you go across the interstate to the three-way stop. Make a right on a three-way stop, you go down, and it's on the left back in there. But I don't know, I feel like there ought to be someone to send those letters out, like Felicia was saying, and you take corporations like Amazon and some of those men, you know, that is just in my
In
opinion.
their news, so.
Yeah, it's in their wheelhouse.
Within the park, there could be like placards saying sponsored by, like this area, sponsored by whatever company it is. But, you know.
Yeah, and I'm assuming it would be some sort of write-off or something for them or something, you know.
Yeah, they would get a letter from the city for their donation, thanking them for their donation.
Not only that, just the reputation of the company, you know, showing.
But I know
Yes.
I know other cities have things and it says this, like,
Yeah, the
this area was donated by this corporation or this company or this person. I mean, they have people down there that, you know, but I don't know I don't know where to begin with that, but there's gotta be somebody.
I was kind of thinking along the same lines as David, that, you know, being tied to the money and everything that they're requiring, if we feel like in-house that we can at least put a playground there,
Well, we know we can put a playground there, and we can use, it wouldn't have to go out for bid. The city could use a purchasing cooperative, Omnia, that's nationwide, I believe.
It is.
If we are tied to the grant, the state of Tennessee will not let you go nationwide. It has to be a program that has a state of Tennessee contract. And to the best of our knowledge, there's not a playground manufacturer.
I've been going through them for other things, and I haven't seen anything with playgrounds.
Yeah, I don't think there is one out there with the state of Tennessee contract.
But any kind of, even with the grant money, there's no law or rule that says that the city cannot still ask for donations to help fill the void. Is
Yeah,
it?
I would hate to answer that because this is our first step off into it as a staff, as a grant, other than the dog park, which that was a lot more streamlined. Felicia may have some light on that.
I know that this one back here was a big issue, because it's, you know, I'm leery of grants like this, that you're stuck to forever. I mean, I'm leery of them myself, and I don't even do the grants, but I'm leery of using them, because then they're telling us how we have to do everything.
And that's pretty much correct. And like the park, I
and-
think the park up there may be tied to a grant, and it's maybe in 96, was Veterans built in 96 maybe?
And while I agree sometimes that pour it and play is good, but kids get up there and pick and tear it up. And then that's just as dangerous, if not more, than having mulch and
So you
stuff.
have to use that rubber?
Yes, sir.
According to the
According to
grant?
TDEC. Now, playground mulch, which is a specific type of mulch that we buy, like for
Is
veterans.
rubberized.
Well, it's not rubberized. It is wood mulch. It's just shredded differently. That way it's not sharp for the kids. That is a ADA acceptable material. It's just that it has to maintain so many inches of surfacing at all times. So you know how kids get underneath the swing and kick it out? That would be deemed non-ADA because it's not so many inches. So that's why TDEC requires to have pour and play surfacing, because it would maintain structure the same amount of inches at all times. Whereas the city, if we do it, our costs are significantly lower. We are not mandated by TDEC. So that, like I said, that's just one topic that would save us thousands of dollars. Whereas, and like David said, we could go out there, basically put a playground structure, some swings. It'd be a neighborhood walk park right now. And in the future, it would come back before BOMA for additional funding if we wanted to add additional amenities to it. So if we want to do a structure or some parking, sidewalks, I know the trail that's already there at Brookside, if we wanted to tie it back into that, that would be stuff we could come back to you all as far as BOMA and in the future.
Well, I'm thinking about how many issues we had with that parking lot over here at the Greenway. It's a flood zone. That's a flood zone. So if you just put the playground in, let the families walk to it, then they don't have to deal, and we don't have to deal with parking issues from the flood zone and it tearing up all of that asphalt and what have you. And typically that I would say that's such a smaller neighborhood than what we have over in Lake Forest. And most people are, on a nice day, you're gonna put your child in the stroller, you're gonna go to the park. You know, they have, you know, lunchtime, nap time, and you're gonna go back home. We don't necessarily, right at the moment, need a structure.
And-
We don't necessarily need the parking, but if we can get those families a playground, I'm all for that. And we're not bound to do things like putting in that parking lot that kind of takes away from the green space as well. And then you have issues with it.
You know, even when you talk about the issues at the Greenway, if it does flood over at Brookside, that rubber is going to push up and float away. So we just lost money floating down the river. If there's
And
some
we're on
massive,
the- to repair it.
and then we have to have the cost and the funds to repair it. So mulch is a lot cheaper in the long run. And that's, like I said, that's just one example of cost savings. And when you go through Omnia, which is the Sourcewell or Omnia, you get a discount on your structure. So if this is bid out to a contractor, they're going to mark it up anyway. And when I was talking to the playground rep the other day, usually from what they quote to us, there can also be another roughly 10% discount to the city for using Omnia contracting. So that's another cost savings that we can do or have by being in-house again.
And the shelter was originally supposed to be donated by the builder. On the front end, TDEC said, go ahead and add that in as a cost on the city side, so it's all one project. Because anything you want in that area, you need to have it inside that first scope. If they approve that first scope, 5 years down the road, we want to add a bridge across the river, across the creek, from the neighborhood to the park, we can't do that because it was not in that original scope.
I will tell you right now, you will not get a $200,000 bid for a playground.
Oh, no, no way.
No.
Structure, you will not get a bid when you bid it out for that.
So is the entire place that you're trying to develop, is everything in the flood zone?
I think that whole area is in the flood zone.
It's right
I think
beside a creek, I believe.
And I think,
creek is where they were going to do the dirt work.
and when dirt work plays into it, you know, it's a cul-de-sac there now. So in order to build the parking level with the cul-de-sac, they're going to have to bring in tons of dirt. So dirt costs a lot of money also. And then they're
So-
wanting to build up on this side of the property to put the play structures on also.
I don't remember the entire thing being a flood zone. Seemed like certain parts of it. So if the entire thing is a flood zone, other than a greenway, would it even be smart to even try to put a playground there? Because like you said, if it floods, it's pretty much over.
Well, unfortunately, most playgrounds in America are put in flood zones because most parks are put in areas that are non-usable. So
Yeah, the builders can't develop.
Well, I'm talking about the playground particularly.
I think the playground would be more on the upper side, closer to the houses, and then there would be the side closer to the actual river or creek there would be more of just an open green space for kids to play on. So I think that's the main flood zone, but I think with TDEC and engineers, they're wanting to put everything closer towards the homes, so that way, and we would probably do the same thing. It's just our cost would be cheaper.
And we don't have the rules of TDEC.
And we don't have the rules. And when we work with our playground rep, they give us a price to install it. So they install it, they sell us the equipment, everything goes through government pricing.
That just sounds like a better deal to me, all the way around, not be bound and not have to deal with the parking, the asphalt, the things that cost so much when the families just want a playground.
Well, you
And we
gotta
always
realize,
add on.
if you go through the state, you have to bid it out or you have to have a state contract. We cannot go through this Omnia. If it's a grant, we will not be able to use the Omnia pricing.
You know, it's pretty cool to have a board member up here that's that smart. You know what, I like that. But I know this has been talked about for years and years, so I don't have
So if we were to decide to do it in-house, and we say no thank you, and we give the grant back, what was that we might have to pay some money, or no?
I think we would have to pay them any money that they have put forth towards the project now. Don't hold me to it. I think it's probably less than $20,000, maybe somewhere around $18,000.
For like the plans?
Don't know that for a fact. It may come back and it may be $60,000. I don't know. Do we cut our losses on the front end and move forward with
That's
something
kind of what I
else?
think.
Or do we keep
Sounds
chasing
like
our
a
tail
common
and
sense
throwing
plan.
money and more money, and then we get into this project and we realize, oh, you know, that's not what we thought it was. Now we're gonna have to back up and punt, and it's gonna cost us more money.
And let's just be realistic right now, the inflation, nothing's gonna come back down, and not a lot of people are willing to just fork over a bunch of money, even if they can write it off. Everybody's kind of, you know, stressing right now. So if we can move forward with a playground and let that grant go, just to get them a nice playground that we choose.
We can always add on later.
Yeah, and later we
you have
can
the-
add on. They
Yeah.
can't tell us that
Have
we
the
can't.
three play structures, which was a swing set unit, a climbing, was it 5 to 12?
5 to 12. I think the way it was, age ranges were 2 to 12, and then there was also a spinner, and then I believe there were some swings that we had originally quoted. I'll tell you, the cost of our play structure and surfacing, if we had to go through two-deck and just a ballpark of what our playground rep, and the engineering company's using the same rep that we currently use for all of our playgrounds now, was right at $138,000. The same play structure, if the city was to do it with mulch, not the pour and play rubber, $81,000.
Oh, yeah, that's definitely a no-brainer.
So how much money have we already budgeted for this job?
130 what?
The play structure and surfing was roughly $138,000.
I think the city has budgeted roughly $202,000, somewhere in that area.
So if we have budgeted without the grant, we could put that in and maybe, like you said, add a bridge or add some benches or something.
Benches would be good.
But this is the part, if you're gonna do that in-house, this would be the part to where we would need that somebody to reach out to these big corporations and see if they would make donations towards building a park for the kids. Is that correct? We're not involving grant money, it's just private?
Yeah, you could do that and see what kind of funds you could solicit. This money's already in our budget. The $202,000 is already in our budget for this project.
But if we had somebody to go out to them big corporations and get another, I don't know, I'm just throwing out numbers, probably another $100,000.
Then we could maybe add on more playground equipment and benches and trash cans and things. But I mean, for $81,000, just for that right there, there's already extra money to do some of those things.
Yeah, that's a
And then maybe the money
$15,000
that you
savings.
solicit, if we manage to get any, would be for a shelter or something along those lines. But I'm
So where
fully
do
on
you,
board with the city doing that.
so where do we go from here with this?
Well, this will be a discussion item on the Board of Mayor and Alderman workshop. We didn't want it to get to them without you guys being aware of it, and you guys being the Park Advisory Board, and you catch wind of it, of the Bowman members talking about it, and not have a clue as to, you sit on this board and you volunteer your time. We just felt it was prudent that we gave you guys that information first.
So are we supposed to take some kind of yay or nay about what?
I wouldn't think so, not as being an advisory committee. I think it's going to boil down to whether the elected officials feel comfortable moving forward, not knowing exactly what the cost is going to be. and being tied to that TDEC loan, that grant forever, or if we're gonna be like, oh, okay, let's see what we can do.
Well, I'm just gonna tell them that Felicia Anderson said no.
And I will second that.
And that is not gonna hurt my feelings.
I think it's just, like Rick said, it's just kind of common sense. If we already have X amount budgeted and we can do it for under that amount now,
I think,
I wouldn't.
We can do most of it, we can't do it all, but.
well,
No.
we can do the majority of it. Some of the dirt work would probably have to, I don't know if we could do that in-house. Some of that would have to be contracted out. I think people hear grant money, and it's like, well, why don't you get a grant money? There's grant money for this, there's grant money for that.
Because we don't want our
Free money
hands
is always
tied.
not free money.
Right.
If you're tied to it for the rest
Ever.
of your life.
Because it comes with a lot of, stipulations.
And then you think, okay, how much cheaper can we do this if we don't have to give you guys professionally stamped design plans at every step of the way?
So you're gonna bring this to us here in a couple of weeks?
Yes, sir. Yeah.
And I guess the only, I don't wanna ask those, that'd be too premature as far as manpower, ETA and things like that. We'll just cross that bridge when we come to it.
Well, the deadline, if we move forward with the grant, the deadline is August 2025, and I'm not sure that will be pushed back any. And during this time, we're still paying an engineering firm for every time.
But we wanna get that built way before then.
2025,
Oh, yeah, we don't want to push that deadline, but we are still, we're just at the beginning stages of this now. There's a bunch of hoops to jump through, more so than we thought. And, I don't know, the dog park was on a smaller scale, and we're not tied to that money forever, I don't think. That's
That's
totally different.
Right there's the key. You're tied to their specs forever. And if it comes in and floods, we're responsible for going back with the pack of
repairing it,
that
yeah.
plate.
You have to build it back to their specs.
Yes.
I
We
understand.
can't go back and are we gonna have the money then? Or do we wanna spend the money then on that when we could be spending it on another park somewhere else?
So, Andrew, are you talking about the kind of mulch that we have up here or the rubber mulch?
That if we were to do it ourselves, it'd be the wood fiber mulch, just like we put at Veterans.
Okay. All right. Any more questions about this?
Yes. Who do we have that in the city of LaVergne? Now, LaVergne has a public relations arm but they deal mainly, I think, with our image and reaching out to other communities and things like that. But who do we have that we could delegate, so to speak, or task with maybe getting grants for parks and things like that? Reach out to these corporations. Who do we have that we can say, hey, can you do this for us, or would you do this for us, or hey, do this for us? Who is there?
We do have a grant writer.
But you can't ask them for donations.
Yeah,
probably.
see, and I don't know if that's in her scope of work or not, or if that would be entitled to somebody else.
So it would pretty much have to be, from what you guys are saying, it would almost have to be Ann.
Or would it be us to actually?
Yeah, that's a good question. I don't know what all her duties are. She does the image, she does all the media, she does all the press releases, and I don't know, her plate is kind of pretty full. I'd hate to say, yeah, it's Ann, when she can't, she's so tied up that she wouldn't be able to handle it. So I don't have a good answer for you there. I think there is some big, large corporations that definitely, we could tap. But as far as dedicating one person to that, I don't know if we've ever really done that before.
Yeah, so I guess my real question is okay, there are all these corporations around here, like all the new ones that we've got in Bridgestone and the traditional ones that have contributed here. But just how do we do that? How do we go about contacting them? Who would do that?
Right, is it a letter, is it a phone call, is it?
I make
Something that we could create and send out.
I make a motion for Felicia to find that out.
I think it's the department head's responsibility.
Well, it's gotta come on their letterhead, that's for sure.
That's my bad ear.
I mean, other than, like Jody said, the letterhead and writing it up professional and making it sound good.
And the benefits.
If we send 100 out and we get 15,
Yeah, right.
Absolutely, that's 15 we didn't have.
That's exactly right, yeah.
so I don't know how much time that takes.
It would be just one letter, just change the address, right? And then
I make a motion that we delegate Steve No to find this out.
I second that.
I can find out. I mean, I'll ask. I will definitely. Has this been done before, David, or do you know?
I'm not aware, Felicia.
Yes,
I'm gonna
it
throw
has
you under
been
the bus.
done. It was done back in the day. It's, of course, I'm dating myself.
Well, no, but we're
That's
looking.
used to how the money came and the music money came for the festival in the park.
We're looking for you for
Pay for
guidance.
the money, to pay the bands and to pay, that 1 year, I think Bridgestone paid for T. Brown Brown.
Now, we
I don't know
do,
if it's Bridgestone or maybe TDS.
I was here. I remember. I was here. That's when. What's his name was?
Tony Irwin.
now we do that
I remember that.
in-house. Kathy does that for our fall festival. Something this scale,
And she does that because the city pays for that now.
right, something this
Used to, we
scale,
got donations for.
yeah,
We got
I wouldn't feel
donations for
comfortable volunteering her to do that because her plate is full now. I think we need to move forward with the park, and I think we got some money budgeted that could get the majority of it done if we backed off from the other. But that's not, people hear grant money and they're moving forward. We're
I'll
gonna
find
use it
out.
one way or the other.
I'll see what I can come up with, and then I'll text you guys or something. I'll try to find out. See, I mean, I don't mind.
I know this is something that's been done in the past. For,
can't imagine why it couldn't
like
be
the
done.
Old Timers Festival, the whole thing.
In the past or back in the day?
Whichever you want to say.
I was just gonna say, what's the difference?
What's the difference?
There's no difference.
Okay.
I said I'm dating
That's a good
myself. I'll admit it.
That's a good discussion. I think we all are on the board with the fact that we need to get these children and parents something over there on that side of town. That's I think we're all in agreement with that. I just think we need to find out the best way to get there. It sounds like Andrew and David and Kathy and Sheila's got some ideas
And definitely watch the Board of Aldermen workshop, Board of Mayor and Aldermen, because there's going to be some input, I'm sure, from the city's engineer. You've got two of them in-house. You got Kyle Brown and then Gary. So they're far more intelligent on this stuff than I am, so I'm sure the board will pick their brain there.
I will pick their brains before the meeting, and
Poor Kyle Brown.
yeah.
He still gets picked as the engineer to go to.
All right, let's see. The only question that I have before we turn to comments and stuff is, can you give us just a short scenario on what's going on with soccer?
The RFP is out.
The RFP does open on December the 14th. I believe it's 11 a.m. here in the boardroom.
You're welcome to come.
Yeah, you are welcome to come. As far as anyone reaching out to us, the gentleman that came before you all is the only one that's reached out to me, and that was a couple weeks ago. But other than that, there's no updates. And we are having a meeting on December the 18th, so whoever puts in for that RFP will bring that before you all during that meeting.
Now, on the 18th, Will those people be here for us to ask questions?
Yes, I will definitely request that.
Okay, then we will go from there. Any questions about soccer? Seems like a lot of waiting game here. Christmas time coming up, gonna be a lot of things, you know. All right. Anybody have any questions, comments?
Yes, I do. So,
Shocking.
it should be in an email to David and Kathy and maybe Sheila. I'm not sure who all got it. But the chamber is wanting the city of LaVergne to do a mural. They don't care where. They listed some places, but we can pick our own place. And they are wanting to give $1,500 towards a mural. Of course, I think I heard City Hall, but we already have a nice one over here. So the thought was possibly up at Veterans Park, maybe on the side of one of the concession stands, a nice baseball mural. It could even just be a baseball and a softball. And so in order to collect this money, the only thing that the work does not have to be done right now, but they have to have an invoice by, I believe, December 1st. And the only thing they are requiring on this mural is hashtag.
I think it was like Visit Rutherford.
Yeah.
maybe?
Did you all get an email about that?
Yes, sir. Yep.
So I was thinking it would be nice up at Veterans Park on one of the concession stands, just a nice baseball mural.
But would $1,500 cover a mural?
I have no idea about that.
You'll get a $1,500 mural, whatever it is. Have you all
Get what
talked?
you paid for.
Have you all talked about that or thought about
This
it?
is this only came about a week or so ago, so we were trying to make sure what we were going to do and where it was going to go. And
That's just my thought. Whatever y'all decide to do, but that was my thought.
That'd be good.
Is that something you need to talk about with the beautification board?
well, they don't meet till December the 18th. So
When's it gotta be done?
By the 1st. The invoice by the 1st. The mural whenever. But it needed to be,
They need to allocate that money right there.
it needed to be talked
In the
about
budget.
here as to whether Parks and Rec would want this. Whether that's
I
beautification.
think that's gonna be between you
however.
guys, have to make a decision on
I
that.
mean, we could, yeah, well, I mean, we could definitely do it. I don't know what the, what the end cost is gonna be. If it's gonna cost us money, then it just, we'd have to do a budget amendment to cover the rest of it, because it's not a budgeted item, but
Who does the mural?
Yeah, how much was the other
They
one
get to
at-
pick that as
on
well.
City Hall?
this one was $7,000.
So typically, I think you could go to, I think it's Carpe
Artista.
They have lots of freelance artists that do things, and so that may be someone we reach out to.
Yeah, I don't think the city's gonna go for spending any more money on a mural. I don't know.
No, they give you the money to do it.
Well, they give you $1,500.
Right.
I don't
But
know,
if it's just like you said, a softball or a football,
Right.
I mean, how
I don't know
expensive could it be?
how much $1,500 buys at a mural.
I mean, yeah.
Does it dictate the size that the mural has to be?
Do you remember?
I don't think so.
So if it didn't have to be huge, then maybe we
Just
could
a
get it for
baseball.
$1,500.
If I might say, of course, it's been a few years, that beautiful painting there was less than $1,000. Honoring our past building, that wasn't that, okay?
I definitely think something can be
And that
done for
took days to
$1,500.
do.
It's whether, do we want to put it on a wall? Can we have it painted on a 4x8 sheet of plywood and that mounted to the wall and covered in plexiglass? Our only concern is when you get away from here, what if we put $1,500 in there and that gets tagged 2 days after it's been painted?
Yeah.
We need to do, are we responsible for going back and fixing that also? I don't know. I don't know the full parameters.
I kind of like
of
that
it.
idea of putting plexiglass over it, and I don't know that there was any real specifications. It was just a mural, as long as you put the hashtag in there, wherever you want to put it, whatever you want to put, just so they have the hashtag here in Laverne somewhere on something, so.
I guess all y'all gotta do is just send in the invoice and be done with that part.
And then you can take it to the beautification people
And
and
if
go
it
from
don't,
there.
if it's over that, you can kill it.
Hey, if Felicia's doing everything else tonight, we'll just let her invoice.
She just take, I'm
I
changing.
can make an invoice. No, thank you.
All right, anything else? We're getting into Greenway time. Anything else? All right, so our next board meeting will be December the 18th, 2023 at 6 p.m. Appreciate all you guys showing up, appreciate your input. I think we got I haven't talked about it in a long time, but I feel like we got a great park and rec board. I love the input, I love the questions, and with this soccer thing next month, I hope you guys come ready to ask a lot of questions. And, you know, let's keep the city moving forward, and everybody have a eat well Thursday. Have a big old Thanksgiving. With that, I will call this meeting adjourned.
I'd like to call the meeting to order and welcome everyone to the LaVergne Planning Commission December 26, 2023 meeting at 6 p.m. We do have a quorum. Our first item of business is to approve the meeting minutes from the November 28, 2023 regular meeting.
Motion to accept as submitted.
Motion to accept. Do we have a second?
Second.
Do we have a second? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Motion passes. Item number 2 is our public comment period. We have one speaker this evening, Mr. Andrew Mills of 722 Templeton Drive. If you'd be so kind, sir, we'll give you a couple of minutes to speak.
I'll keep this brief, Mr. Chairman, members of the Planning Commission. Thank you for your time tonight, and merry belated Christmas the day after. I represent Martin Schaffner. He owns 243 Blair Road. Y'all are aware of that project, the Marlowe project. And I noticed on the agenda tonight that the zoning ordinance and zoning map were on the agenda, and on their behalf, we are requesting this body to keep that property zoned R3. It's next to R4, mobile home park, and industrial. That's appropriate for this high density at this location. The topography of the site is not going to be conducive to other zoning types. I believe a previous version of the map showed it to be estate residential. Given the topography, I don't think that it would be developed very well. I have not seen the most recent iteration of the map. In our discussions with this Marlowe project, one of the big concerns is the condition of the road. And I submit to this body that the only way that the resources will be in place to improve the road is if it remains R3. If it gets downzoned, I don't know if the resources are going to be there to improve the road. And finally, I know that the city has been undertaking this project to clear up grandfathering issues. And if the Marlowe project does move forward with its plans under R3 and its zoning were later changed, it could still proceed under R3, but it would be grandfathered in. So it's the same issue coming up. So we are respectfully requesting that y'all consider keeping this property zoned R3. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. That being the completion of our comments period, we will move on to regular business. Items number 3 has been withdrawn. Item 4 and 5 have been deferred. So we will move on to item number 6. Update bond amount for Portico Place, Section 2, Phase 2, Tax Map 14, Parcel 24, requested by SEC, Inc., PDR, Planned Density Residential Zoning District. Sir?
Thanks, sir. So this is an update for a previous bond amount for Portico Place, Section 2, Phase 2. It's now 6 months old, so an updated amount was requested by the city. And I believe Mr. Lyde might have a little bit more.
Okay. The only comment we had last time was lack of signatures, and those signatures have been added.
Thank you. Do we have any questions or comments from the board? None. We will entertain a motion.
Make a motion to accept at the $130,167.
Motion to accept with the stated amount. We have a second?
A second.
We have a second. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Motion passes. Item number 7 has also been deferred. On to item number 8. Site plan Osama Deuce Retail Center, building addition of 1,173 square feet, requested by Chet Rhodes. Property located at 5130 Murfreesboro Road, tax map 15M, Group A, Parcel 1, C2 Highway Service Zoning District, property owned by TN Group Properties, LLC. Sir.
Thank you, sir. So this item actually had no resubmittal for this month. They missed the deadline for the PC workshop, so there is no new submittal for this month on this item.
No request for deferrals or anything, sir?
Correct.
With that, we'll entertain a motion.
How many deferrals have they already used?
Let's see. I don't know if I have that here. I think just one. Yeah, I believe it's just one. It was deferred on November 28th, but there was no resubmittal given for the PC workshop this month, so I believe this would be their second.
Entertain a motion, sir.
Do we have anybody?
I do not see Mr. Rhodes. Is there a representative for this project here this evening? No, sir.
Make a motion to deny.
We have a motion to deny. We have a second.
A second.
We have a second. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Motion passes. First item under new business is going to be item number 9. Final plat, Co-op Business Park, 3 lots on 114.8 acres requested by Barge Design Solutions, property located on Old Waldron Road, tax map 15, parcel 24 and 28, I-2 Heavy Industrial Zoning District, property owned by Tennessee Farmers Cooperative, Inc.
This item is the final plat for the Co-op Business Park. It is totaling a little over 114.8 acres with 9 new buildings. Excuse me. And if you see here, you can see the lot outlined in blue, the property fronting Waldron, Old Waldron Road. The property is currently zoned I-2 Heavy Industrial. You can see right there in the darker blue shade that's outlined by the blue. And let's see. These are just a couple of pictures of the existing buildings there that are currently on the co-op lot. There's another picture with the larger building on the lot there. And some of the open land that's going to be used for development. This is the cutout on Waldron Road. It'll be, I believe, used as an access point onto the property. If we look a little bit further down here, we have the actual final plat middle here. I'll zoom out. So on the plat, you can see the 3 lots that are proposed to be subdivided there. Which with them totaling a little over 114 acres total. And let's see. And this is just the easement exhibit for the 3 lots that are being proposed. So planning has no comments on this item, and I believe all engineering comments are addressed.
Very good. So everything's addressed on this one?
Yes.
Thank you, gentlemen. Do we have any questions or comments from the board? If none, we will entertain a motion.
Make a motion to accept as submitted.
We have a motion to accept. We have a second.
Second.
A second. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Motion passes. Item number 10, site plan, Co-op Business Park, Lot 1, 4 buildings totaling 474,000 square feet on 38.92 acres requested by Kimley Horn. Property located on Old Waldron Road, tax map 15, parcel 24 and 28, I-2 Heavy Industrial Zoning District, property owned by Tennessee Farmers Cooperative, Inc. Sir.
Thank you, sir. So this item is for the site plan of Lot 1 for the Co-op Business Park, which has 4 buildings, excuse me, totaling 474,000 square feet. So this lot will have the majority or the largest amount of square footage of buildings for the 3 lots. And this is just kind of an aerial showing the lot that we looked at on the last slide for the co-op. So I'll kind of scroll through these so we don't spend too much time on them. This is a zoning map showing that it's I-2 Heavy Industrial. And these are the same images showing the lots in the existing buildings. So I'll kind of go through these so we don't have to look at those again. So the first image you'll see here after the pictures that were taken are some proposed elevations for the buildings. So this is building 1, option 1. And this is kind of another side shot of the elevation showing the parking with some of the landscaping around the building. Let's see, we'll keep scrolling down here. This is more of the elevation package here. This image here kind of shows the material legend for the elevations that's proposed. So it kind of shows the paint colors. As you can see, some of the soft grays and the whites being proposed there on the sides of the building with the black trim around the the windows. Now, this is another elevation package that's been proposed, and the applicant might be able to give a little bit more clarification on the difference, but this is building 1, option 2. So this is just another option for elevations on the same building. We'll scroll on down here to the site plan. So as you can see in this image, I'll blow it up a little bit here. This site plan consists of buildings. Oh, I apologize. It's loading. Buildings 1 through 4. So as you can see, below it's lot 2, and to the east is lot 3. So this lot's going to have a large square footage of buildings on it. And there's just a larger image there. So let's see here. As far as comments go from the planning, the entire site must go to BOZA with a comprehensive sign package that includes directional signs. And the First United Methodist Church is zoned industrial, so there's no buffer issue there. So that's good. And then I believe all engineering comments have been addressed, unless there are some from utilities, it looks like.
There are a couple from utilities, but it's just a schematic drawing issue that usually gets worked out between the engineer and Scott Tatalovich before final permits are pulled. So that's a fairly normal way, but I couldn't get a hold of Scott, so I couldn't erase them off the comments because they're his.
Thank you, sir. Is there a representative here this evening for this project?
Good evening.
Name and address for the record, sir.
Rob Arts, 10 Lee Avenue, Nashville, Tennessee.
Thank you, sir. The option 1 and option 2, would you like to go over that for us?
Yes, unfortunately, I won't have a ton of clarity on that, and Jeff with Panattoni is not going to be able to be here today. So happy to discuss with that at a later date. I'm not sure if anyone else has received any clarification. I think it's just a little bit of differentiation between where the brick patterns are specifically.
I can speak to that.
Please,
Mr.
Mayor.
Chairman. So I met with Jeff before workshop on the 16th, and he showed me 2 different versions of this, and just asking what my thoughts were on it. And ultimately, it comes down to Planning Commission, which version. He said, as far as price-wise, it wasn't a big deal for them. You have that one, which has the appearance of brick all along the corner, and that's how each of the buildings that are in the overlay would look on the corners that are windowed like that for entrances. And then the other one is where there's 3 panels, and that's also in the packet. And Jake may be able to scroll up to it.
Yes, let's see.
Keep going.
Right.
Nope, that's the full one.
Let's see. Oh.
Yeah, that's the paneled one. It's where it's hard to see on here if you look in your packets, though. It's a little bit easier to see, but it's basically those 2 choices that we have. And we just need to decide which one. Jeff was fine with either one. They just needed that direction as to which way to go.
Questions, comments, Mr. Terry?
No, I like option 1 personally.
Okay, hold on, we need to differentiate. Is this one option 1, what's on the screen, or is the whole brick version option 1?
This says option 1 is the one with the panels and the brick on the corners.
Let's see. Oh, yeah, I had to zoom out, sorry. So, yeah, you have option 1 and option 2.
And yourself?
Like option 1.
Sir?
Option 2.
Ma'am?
1.
I think we'll go with 1.
Understood.
And so make sure that's included in the motion when we get to that point. Do we have any other questions or comments? for ourselves or for the applicant?
I have one question. It shows on this side, is that going to be gray or is that black?
Which
On the far side where it has coming down that,
kind of down the street?
yes, sir.
I believe it's mostly gray. It's a lighter gray and then a dark gray.
Because originally they were talking about it would be black, everything would be black or white. Would you want that to stay gray or?
Bless you. It was there was discussed at one point as far as all of it being black and white, and then I believe Mark found there was some brown in there, and there was some fun discussion on that. But I mean,
Jake, could you see what the PT-01 and 03
Yes.
are?
now I want to say
Thank you,
that
sir.
they said the brown was just due to the way the printing
Printer.
was.
Yeah.
So
The PT-01 is black. And the PT-0, did you say 3?
02 and 03.
Okay, so 02 is stated as software, so I'm guessing that's just the name of the paint code. And then PT-03 is gray.
Yeah, I believe they're both gray shades.
Offshoot thereof. Satisfied, sir?
Yes.
Any other questions or comments? We'll entertain a motion.
I make a motion to accept with option 1 as the color elevation.
We have a motion to accept with option 1. Do we have a second?
Second.
We have a second. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Motion passes. Thank you. Item number 11, site plan, Co-op Business Park, Lot 2, 3 buildings totaling 442,000 square feet on 32.1 acres, requested by Kimley Horn. Property located on Old Waldron Road, tax map 15, parcel 24 and 28, I-2 Heavy Industrial Zoning District, property owned by Tennessee Farmers Cooperative, Inc. Mr. Jack.
Thank you, sir. So this item is for the site plan for Lot 2 of the Co-op Business Park. It's totaling 442,000 square feet, so it's barely smaller than the Lot 1 proposed square footage. So these are just some similar images here, aerials of the current co-op lot. I'll scroll down here. So there's a lot outlined in blue, just like the previous items. The lot is zoned I-2 heavy industrial in the darker blue shade there. And these are the same images that we were looking at on the last couple of items. So I'll go ahead and scroll through here to the actual site plan, or excuse me, the elevations. So the elevations that you're seeing here, I believe, are just mimicking the options on the previous lot. So it's just a little bit different looking building, but as far as the colors go, I believe it's the same as the option 1 on the previous lot. So I'll scroll through here. Load. So there is the side elevation again, kind of showing what the side of the building will look like with parking next to it. Kind of gives you an idea of how it'll look overall. And there is the material legend that we were looking at a little while ago. That's just the second option for the elevation with the solid brick that the mayor was stating that is kind of sectional in the first option that everyone liked. And we'll keep scrolling down here to the site plan. So here is the site plan showing Lot 2. So the 3 buildings will be building 5, 6, and 7 that are making up Lot 2. It's a little bit over 33 acres, totaling the section here, with Lot 3 to the east and Lot 1 to the north. So part of this lot will be fronting Waldron Road with, it looks like an access point coming off of Old Waldron there. believe that's majority of the visuals for the site plan there. As far as planning goes, the staff is satisfied with locations of the sign at this time. Since the entire site must go with BOZA, just like stated on the last item. And since First United Methodist is zone industrial, there's no buffer issue there, kind of like on the last slot. I believe that there are a couple engineering comments though, so I'll pass that to Mr. Lod.
There was just one, and it was actually a problem with the paper copy. The PDF copy that's part of public record is fine, so I withdraw the comment. There's no comments.
Perfect, thank you. Questions or comments from the board?
Are we going to vote on option 1 or option 2 again?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
We didn't need to specify unless you want them to be different.
No,
Okay.
I was just making sure.
We'll entertain an option or a motion.
I make a motion to accept with option 1.
Thank you, Mayor. We have a motion to accept with option 1 for the overlay plan. We have a second?
Second.
We have a second. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Motion passes. Item number 12, site plan Co-op Business Park Lot 3, 2 buildings totaling 171,244 square feet on 43.88 acres, requested by Kimley Horn, property located on Old Waldron Road, tax map 15, parcel 24 and 28, I-2 Heavy Industrial Zoning District, property owned by Tennessee Farmers Cooperative, Inc. If you would be so kind, sir.
Thanks, sir. So this item is covering Lot 3 site plan for the Co-op Business Park with square footage totaling 171,244 square feet. So the amount of square foot on this lot is a little bit less than half on the 2 previous lots. It'll contain buildings 8 and 9. So to scroll through some images we've already seen, there's the lot for the Co-op Business Park, with the zoning in the dark blue there being I-2 heavy industrials. These are just some of the images we talked about previously, showing some of the open spaces and current buildings that are on the Co-op Business Park lot right now. We will scroll down to the site plan submittal. Let's see. So you can see the Lot 3 is to the east of Lot 1 and 2, with buildings 8 and 9 shown on there, with building 9 being significantly smaller than building 8. I do not see the elevations on this packet right here, but I believe they'll be similar to Lot 1 and 2, and the applicant can probably answer that. As far as comments goes, sidewalks along Old Waldron need to be addressed because there are some sidewalks that go in front of the Maxim business that's next door, crane service. And then I believe that there are a couple comments from engineering to Mr. Lod.
Thank you, sir.
Okay. On this set, the fire department connections are not shown. It's an easy fix, but they are not shown.
Okay. Thank you, sir. Do we have a representative here this evening? Name and address one more time.
10 Lee Avenue, Nashville, Tennessee.
Thank you, sir. We have a couple of items that need to be addressed.
Yes, understood. Yeah, from the architectural side, these buildings aren't in the overlay, so the elevations weren't submitted, but I do believe they're intended to be similar. I don't know for sure on the color schemes, but we can check on that. FDCs, we'll get those added. That's not a problem. I'm going to set up a meeting with Scott to go over the metering for the entire co-op building. And then as far as the sidewalks go, I'm not sure if any of the exhibits that we were working on got sent around to you. I know Jeff had sent it over to Graham last week. Obviously, he's not here. We're trying to figure out, basically, with all the conflicts that we have, we can't put the sidewalk on the south side, and putting on the north side gets really far into the co-op property to kind of avoid all of the electric lines and telephone junction boxes and water meters and all that stuff on that side. So we're still kind of ironing out exactly where we could put the sidewalk, if at all, on that portion of the property on the south side there. But understand that that's the desire of the commission, because the the building adjacent to it does have it. They just, unfortunately for us, we didn't develop a greenfield site. We've got all the existing infrastructure to try to work around, so
Yes, sir.
still working out on that one.
Questions or comments? With there being a few outstanding items, just need to decide how we want to proceed to everyone.
I'll make a motion to defer.
We have a motion to defer. Do we have a second?
Second.
We have a second. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Motion passes. We'll discuss it at workshop, sir.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Item number 13, concept plan, LaVergne Business Center, 2 buildings totaling 346,800 square feet on 29 acres, requested by Kimley Horn. Property located at 1701 Mars Street, tax map 14, parcels 4601 and 25, I-1 Light Industrial Zoning District, property owned by Big Acquisitions, LLC. Mr. Jack.
Thank you, sir. I am scrolling down here to get to this item. So this item is a concept plan for the LaVergne's Business Center. It's made up of 2 buildings, which will be a little under 350,000 square feet. I'll scroll down here to get to the aerial. So as you can see in this image here, the property outlined in blue is the lot being discussed, which bumps right up to Minerva right here. And the site being discussed is this larger, you can see there's a larger lot right here, but it's also connected to a smaller lot right here in the front, which fronts Minerva. So there's just a little bit more zoomed out aerial there. You can see in relativity, there's the Walmart location, so you can kind of get a little bit better idea of the size of this lot. So the lot is currently zoned I-1 Light Industrial, which is the light blue color that you're seeing right here in the outline going around it. So I'll scroll down here to some of the images of the property here. So this image right here is just showing straight ahead would be the lot that's wooded that you're seeing. This is the neighbor's access that cuts alongside of the property, the smaller lot that's in front of the proposed site. So it's actually right here is the area that we're discussing. So this is the current home that's at 1701 Mars, and this is the home that's proposed to be demoed for access to the site. And here is just another image of that home right here. So I will scroll down here to the concept plan submittal. So here is a overview, this is an overview of the site right here, with building 1 being 181,000 square feet and building 2 being 165,000 square feet. And showing it bumping up right to Minerva Drive. You can kind of see right here the smaller lot that is proposed to use for access right here where the house is in the images previously. So this is just kind of showing, this image right here is just kind of showing the current owner and a little bit more detailed imagery of the lots surrounding the proposed site. So I'll just go on to some of the comments here. There were some pretty significant ones from planning, with the first one being that staff recommends that the applicant plan using access from Dick Buchanan instead of the current access being proposed from Mars and Minerva, with access from Dick Buchanan Street either directly or indirectly. The existing lot at 1701 Mars is zoned residential and would need to be rezoned to industrial in order to be used as part of the industrial park, which is the smaller lot you're seeing right there at the bottom of the screen. A private easement was considered on December 16th after the workshop, but the easement creates even more issues, including access for emergency services such as fire and emergency cannot access through a private easement for various legal reasons. The owner should dedicate a right-of-way all the way to the property line at a minimum to create public right-of-way and extended Minerva Drive. A 50-foot buffer will be required between all industrial and residential land that's surrounding the property, and a cul-de-sac would most likely be required to be installed by the developer at the end of Minerva. I believe there is a couple comments from Mr. Light in engineering, so I will pass it over to him.
Thank you, sir.
Apologize for not being at the workshop. I know y'all discussed traffic quite a bit, but I did, after reviewing the traffic study and the response to the engineering comments based on the traffic study, I talked to Mr. Beeler at length and recommended that at y'all's discretion that he talk to you some more about it, because we are looking at some fairly significant issues, particularly with the left turn out of Minerva onto Murfreesboro Road. The PM peak, particularly right now, their traffic study says it's 55 seconds per car to make that left turn. Without the site in the future projected, it goes to 107. With the site developed, it goes to over 300. And the AM is not as bad, but similar. Existing is 112. Without the site in the future, it goes to 213, and projected with the site, again, over 300. So I just felt that y'all might want to discuss that more.
Thank you, sir. Do we have a representative here this evening for this project? Name and address for the
Good
record,
evening. I apologize if my voice gives out at any time. I am fighting a Christmas cold. Brett Beeler, 10 Leah Avenue, Nashville, Tennessee.
Thank you, sir. There's quite a few items that we need to discuss, and obviously we're not going to cross that bridge today.
Yep.
Do you want to touch on the traffic?
Yeah, I'd like to kind of work top to bottom just to make sure. We worked extensively through the access question at the workshop. I was a little disheartened to see the recommendation to abandon the site plan still from planning, even though we worked through some of the access. So I just want to reiterate what we propose is the shortest, quickest, in our opinion, best access route that is available currently today. So I just want to make that statement again this evening. Speaking about the comment 3, the private access easement, my main question would be, would Planning Commission and staff approve or consider that being a public access easement versus private? And would that dissuade those legal concerns?
I believe that would be something that'd have to be discussed with the city planner.
Yes, sir.
And so that's definitely something you'll have to meet in-house with him to discuss.
Okay, that would be my first recommendation, is that maybe the word public versus private would kind of clear that issue, which we're very happy to do so, and that's obviously can be revised on the plat. The dedication of right-of-way, again, the public access easement, I think would get rid of that, clear that comment, but I think that is an option that we're open to if the public access easement is ultimately not pursued by us and planning staff. The last, I want to talk about the cul-de-sac one real quick before moving on to traffic. To be clear, the cul-de-sac, are we intending on that to be at the intersection of Minerva and Mars, or on the emergency access drive side to the north?
I believe at the intersection of Minerva and Mars.
And I guess my only question would be, what is driving that requirement?
I believe it would have to just do with, from what I understood, Mr. Logan was talking about. I wanted to say that it had to do with access for emergency vehicles, being able to turn around, but I guess we'll need to clarify that a little bit more with him.
I would clarify with Mr. Logan.
We can certainly work through that. Again, I think a lot of those are kind of lumped into one, and I think they can all be cleared by just making that a public access easement, is my opinion, but we'll work through that.
My personal thoughts are you turn that into a three-way stop, and
that's the current proposed solution.
That would, and if fire or EMS have to go in there, they turn around on property, but that's me just spitballing it.
I like that idea.
And again, on the current site plan, there is a proposed stop sign to be placed at Mars. Oh, but you want a three-way stop? Sorry, yeah.
Yeah,
we can
it
definitely
stopped
make that
you
happen.
guys. It would stop Mars and stop Minerva. That way,
right?
People aren't just going to go straight through.
Yeah, I
Kind of
think
like what we did with Greenwood.
we're completely fine with that. Going on to traffic, yes, I've talked extensively with Mr. Lyde about this one. I just want to state a couple of quick things, and I'm going to pass it off to our traffic engineer to kind of back up most of the meat and potatoes of the report. Just to give some brief background, so there's the existing model that's run, which is traffic as it is today. There's the background model that's run, which is the traffic of tomorrow, theoretical tomorrow. And then there's the projected traffic model, which is tomorrow plus us being built. And so there's several levels of services that do decrease from existing to background. And again, that's just due to the natural growth that the model runs. That again, that's without us. So that's where you're seeing some of these level of services decrease. And so on the specific ones that Mr. Lyde has mentioned, it is our site that is flipping those to the next tier of level of service. But I just want to make that clear. A majority of these are either right on the cusp or were triggered by the natural growth of LaVergne. And I'll pass to Tyler Fosness here, our traffic engineer.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah, I'm Tyler Fosness, 500 11th Avenue in Nashville. So basically, our traffic study recommendations were focused mainly on Minerva Drive. We recommended turn lanes on the southbound approach of Minerva Drive, and which helps to get right turns. So you get an increase in delay for left turns with our project site, but with the right turn lane, all those right turning vehicles can get out. It gives them an exit path out of there. We also recommended left and right turn lanes on Murfreesboro Road onto Minerva Drive, because with our traffic study, we also prohibited vehicles from our site to make that left onto Mars Street and go down Mercury Drive down to Murfreesboro or go into that neighborhood at all. So we're trying to keep all the traffic from the site onto Minerva Drive, where all these improvements are being implemented. So that's the biggest improvement we can make to Mercury Drive. As far as the delay increasing, our traffic that we add to Mercury Drive, the intersections of Mercury Drive and Fergus Drive, are exclusively through volumes. So the way analysis works, it's not really a linear equation straight up. It kind of curves based on the volumes, and not to get too in the weeds of that, but when you look at sort of it going from level of service C at Fergus Road to level of service D at Fergus Road under projected conditions, and then you look at the volumes we're adding to the site, our projections show that we are adding, let's see, I had this, 30 trips to the Fergus Road intersection. That's going eastbound and westbound combined on Murfreesboro Road, and then 32 in the PM peak. And that's compared to over 1,000, close to 2,000 trips on Murfreesboro Road. So it's just sort of basically what is our impact of our site, and that's why there were no improvements recommended for those two intersections, basically. And I'm happy to answer any other questions if we need to get more specific about anything, or if there's something I missed.
As I said to the other gentleman, there's a laundry list of things that we need to get covered. So do we have any questions or comments?
I've got some questions, and yes, you stay here. for these. Gary, I'm going to rope you into some of this, if you don't mind, and if you can't answer, just say you can't. But when it comes to the traffic study and the level of service for our roads, how do we, with the assumption that this development comes in, how do we maintain current levels today with whatever traffic impact they have?
Okay, current levels today, I mean, because they explained it pretty well. We got the 3 levels. We have current levels today, then we have projected without their development at the time their development opens, and then we have projected with their development. So maintaining current levels today would be significant widenings and work out on Murfreesboro Road. Whether that's a traffic signal, I don't know, but this study did not recommend that, and it's a significant project to maintain current levels that we have today in the future, especially with this development.
Okay. Let me ask you the same question. How do we maintain the levels that it's at today with this? Because I'm going to just jump out here and say you're the subject matter expert on traffic. So how would you say we maintain current levels with this impact?
I say that's kind of a tricky question. I mean, there's ways to improve traffic at each intersection. There's different things you can do, whether it's adding turn lanes or sort of adjustments to the signal timing, maybe. Sometimes that helps at signalized intersections, obviously. As far as putting a traffic signal, it would help operations, but it's not warranted. And so we have a traffic signal warrant analysis in the study, and based on the MUTCD warrants, just sort of the industry standards, it doesn't meet the signal warrants. And based on the volumes, if it doesn't meet signal warrants over a certain amount of hours per day, then that causes putting in a signal where it shouldn't be, basically causes a lot more safety problems than it helps. So that's why we have those signal warrants in place to sort of analyze where to put signals. Other than that, it's sort of a case-by-case basis, and that's where we kind of landed on the turn lanes on Minerva Drive and trying to restrict everybody to using Minerva Drive as opposed to Mercury and going through the neighborhood and that kind of thing.
Okay. And this may be a question either for you or the engineer or the developer, but is the thought here that we will have tractor trailers coming out of here trying to make a left-hand turn?
Andrew Mazey with Brennan Investment Group, representing the developer. My address is 4117 Hillsborough Pike in Nashville. So tractor trailers, we're anticipating 100% leaving our site, going directly south on Minerva, and then once they arrive at the intersection of Murfreesboro Road, some will go east and some will go west.
Okay, so yes, they will be making left-hand turns. That can be troublesome just from the fact of the incline over there. So to make you aware, because I think that incline is significant. I don't go through there a whole lot. The only other thing I want to address on here, which I think this is more staff, probably Jake more, and I know you didn't prepare all this, Jake, Bo did, but looking at a map, this whole, the statement about going through Dick Buchanan Street, I know at workshop it was stated that there was an easement discussion, but the other party just to the north weren't interested in having that discussion. The only other recourse I can see, which this I think is just as bad of one, is to buy one of the trailers on, I think it's Humboldt, and then have to go through New View, but New View's not built to take that, and that's the only other route I can see going to Dick Buchanan. And
Yeah, I think
I just don't see it being possible if that northern group isn't going to discuss with them, because there's no other access points other than New View. But
yeah, I think the thought there was, at least with Dick Buchanan, tractor trailers and large trucks drive up and down that road daily.
Yeah.
With a light being there. And it's known that the roadway can hold weight and the bearing of the trucks. And I think a lot of the concern here is with the current roadway on Minerva. I think there's a lot of questions surrounding whether trucks will be able to drive on that road without damaging it, and also without there being a light on Minerva. I know we just discussed this, but when trucks are turning left out of the property, many people know that if you go anywhere up and down that road and try to pull back out on Murfreesboro Road and turn left, you're waiting for some time before there's nobody coming from the left or right. So even if it's clear on the left, if a tractor trailer pulls out into that median there to get across, it's most likely going to be blocking this whole northbound lane. So I think the thought process there was that Dick Buchanan already has the majority of the infrastructure in place for trucks to come out on that road. As far as access getting there, I see your point exactly about how hard it'd be to get there. I just think the thought was that since there's already 18-wheelers going up and down that road daily, or large trucks, that that was a better idea versus...
it would be nice. It's just,
It would be ideal.
it's not, when you have the largest parcel owner over there not willing to play ball, then
Right.
it's, because New View would turn into a one-way street. I'm not sure enough that there's enough turn radius from New View onto Dick Buchanan as well.
I don't think so. I've been over there with other organizations, and to try and turn out of New View, it's
And then
pretty hairy.
this is a question for the engineer with this, is the turn radius, if I'm coming off of Murfreesboro Road, coming north, so coming from Smyrna, and there's a tractor trailer in that turn lane, or there's anyone sitting in that turn lane, is there enough room for the tractor trailer to make that turn? Because I know we see them making wide turns all over the city, so.
To make the left from Minerva, you're saying?
To make a right-hand turn onto Minerva coming from basically Walmart.
So we widened all the lanes at that intersection and set back the left turn lane for that reason exactly, to make sure that has enough turn movement.
Okay.
Enough space there to make that motion, yeah.
Any other questions or comments? And are you going to submit for rezoning on the house property should it end up going that direction? Is that correct?
Yeah, that's what.
My approach is still to maintain that as an access easement, and hopes that it could be a public access easement.
Okay,
And
so that'll
that
cross
mean
that
it wouldn't need to
That
be
would-
rezoned.
Well, that would need to be figured out by Bo, who's not here, so that would fall into next month.
Yeah.
I do have one other question I just thought of, because I was looking at the map. I don't remember if we discussed this whenever y'all first started looking at this site, but the property line for the home crosses over with the neighbor's driveway. Like the shot that Bo was showing us of the neighbor's driveway, that driveway is actually in y'all's property.
There must be some old handshake deal about cross-access there.
And that's what I'm just wanting to find out is what if, or how will that be handled? Because it looks like, at least for him, to be able to access his property, something's got to occur. So have y'all had any conversations on that?
I will say, we do show improvements and reconnections for his driveway in the bend there on Mars and Minerva.
Okay.
But I'll let Andrew speak to anything
Yeah,
else.
we're going to grant the neighbor an easement.
Okay.
As well as construct the culvert and the driveway portion that's on our property for them for free.
Okay, yeah, looking at it, it's both on the property line and then crosses over, so.
Yeah, we'll maintain a curb cut for him and do all those improvements.
I'm done with questions to everybody else now.
I have one question, just to help me kind of understand. So in the traffic flow, the number of cars per second or what it goes through, what is the number that would require it to have a light at that intersection? What's the difference in those two numbers?
There's multiple factors to it, but I will again, you're going to get the whole roster here. I'll pump back to Tyler.
Yeah, so the, so it's not really related to the level of service average delay numbers that we were going over earlier, in terms of a traffic signal warrant, because those level of service delays are just specifically for the AM peak hour and the PM peak hour, just during rush hour when it's the worst during the day. For the traffic signal warrant, it's based on it has to meet the volume criteria, which is a comparison between the major street and the minor street for over 8 hours of a day. And that's just to ensure that a signal's not there when really it only meets the warrant for 1 hour, because the rest of the hours a day, it causes unnecessary safety problems.
Because I live on that side of town and travel Murfreesboro Road quite a bit, and I can see a semi-truck trying to turn left out of there, and he's going to make a traffic light because he's not going to be able to, to go left, because traffic seems to flow through there pretty good any time of the day to me. It just seems. I almost think a traffic light there would warrant the left turn, would help with them getting out of there. What's your
Length of the truck, length of the road.
Yeah. Because if he tries to turn left and he's got traffic coming from the, I guess, west, then he's going to block that traffic if it's still coming from the,
Already have the accidents to trigger that.
whichever way. I'm confused on the directions, but,
South, north.
okay. Anyway, but if he's turning left, he's going to end up blocking one side of the road. I just think a light would help that.
Yeah, I understand that it's sort of, we just go by the warrant set by just sort of the industry standards, just because it's based on sort of lots of data over many years, and that's just what the analysis shows. But I mean, I understand that situation could come up with truck drivers out there.
Yeah, because I know at Dick Buchanan, I've seen a few pretty nasty accidents at that red light, so,
All down Murfreesboro Road.
yeah.
No further questions?
I have just one for staff, maybe legal, but I don't know. Do we need to defer this so that Bo can have conversations about the public easement, if that's appropriate or not? And either Jake or Gary can weigh in on that.
Yeah, I think Bo would definitely have a little bit, or probably a lot more insight as far as to why he is recommending the rezoning over the public or private easement access.
Well, the private is pretty, it's listed there. It's pretty simple. It's about
as far as
emergency services, but
And Jake and I did look at length, since this is a plat, we looked at the subdivision regulations and their requirements about access. And we would like the opportunity to work some with Mr. Dodd, because it is not real straightforward the way it's worded in terms of whether public access or public right-of-way access versus easement access is required or not in this particular case. They're both listed in there, and just the wording was a little muddy to us.
so is that a yes or a no?
We would like more time to talk.
The long explanation.
Thank you, sir. With that, we'll entertain a motion.
I'd like to make a motion to defer.
We have a motion to defer. Do we have a second?
A second.
We have a second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Motion deferred.
Thank you,
We will
guys.
see you at workshop. Thank you. Item number 14, preliminary plat, LaVergne Business Center, 2 lots totaling 29 acres, requested by Kimley Horn. Property located at 1701 Mars Street, tax map 14, parcels 46.01 and 25. I-1 Light Industrial Zoning District, property owned by Big Acquisitions LLC. Mr. Jake.
Thank you, sir. This item is for the preliminary plat for the LaVergne Business Center, which it was the item that we were just previously discussing. See, I will scroll down here to get some of the aerial imagery here so we can see that again. So there is the lot that we've been discussing on the previous item, bumping up to Minerva Drive right there. Let's see. There's just kind of a zoomed out version of the aerial, showing some relativity to Dick Buchanan Street on the west side of the image and Walmart, a little bit south of the property. So the property is currently zoned I-1 light industrial. And here are some of those images that we discussed on the previous item. Oh, excuse me. So this is just the home there that's at 1701, where the access will be cutting through to the property. Let's see. So here is the plat that's been submitted with the 2 lots. I will zoom in here so we can get a little bit better view of that. So you have lot 1 on the left side and lot 2 on the right, with a 3rd lot located down on the south side with the home that's currently built on it. So I will move on here to some of the staff comments. So basically all the comments from planning are everything that we mentioned on the previous item. Nothing new from the concept plan submittal, and it looks like all of the engineering comments are addressed.
Thank you, sir. Questions or comments? None, we'll entertain a motion.
Just from a legal standpoint, do we need to defer the concept and plats kind of go together? And is there a ticking time frame for plats? I know we've got a couple of items that are ticking time bombs.
I don't have an answer on the time frame. You don't have to defer it. It may make more sense to do them together. I'll have to get back to you on a time frame. I don't know. I would think Mr. Logan would know more about that. Maybe Jake does. Sorry.
I do not have the time frame on the top of my head, but from my opinion, seeing as they kind of go hand in hand with each other and we're deferring the concept plan, I think that might be appropriate for the plat submittal also.
Thank you. Further questions? We will entertain a motion.
I make a motion to defer.
A motion to defer. Do we have a second?
Second.
We have a second. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Motion passes. Item number 15, final plat Portico Place, Section 2, Phase 2, and subdivision of common areas A and B of Section 2, Phase 1. 52 lots on 15.69 acres requested by SEC Inc. Property located on Blair Road, tax map 29, parcel 20.04, PDR Planned Density Residential Zoning District, property owned by Blair Road LLC. Mr. Jake.
Thank you, sir. This item is for the final plat of Portico Place, Section 2, Phase 2. It is containing 52 lots with just a little under 16 acres. Let's see. Here is an aerial image of the lot being discussed with the mobile home park to the west of the lot in the image, and High Point 24, which in the image here is under construction, which is now being built on to the north of the lot. And this is just a little bit more zoomed out image of the lot here outlined in blue, with High Point 24 being over here and some apartments, and also the mobile home park being located to the west of the lot. So the lot is currently zoned PDR, which is right here in the stripe section outlined by blue. And below this, we have a couple images of the lot just to kind of give you an idea of what it looks like. So here's some of the construction that's currently, or it's been going on, in Portico Place. So there gives you an idea of just kind of some of the homes that are being built there and some of the architecture. And I will scroll down to the final plat here so we can take a look at that. So as you can see here, you can see the number of lots on the left side of the screen right here. So this will be the area that we are discussing right now. And I'll move on to comments here. There are no comments from planning, and it looks like that there are no comments from engineering also.
Very good, thank you. Do we have any questions or comments from the board?
Just one.
Yes, sir.
This will be for the applicant.
If the applicant is here, would you come to the podium, please?
I'm just wanting to make sure lot 38 is buildable. We're not going to have a variance request or anything for that.
Lot 38 against the stream.
Okay.
Yes, it should.
And if you would name and address.
Craig
for the
Urian,
record.
101 Forest Crossing. Right.
Thank you very much, sir. Any further questions or comments while we have him at the podium?
It says here 52 lots, but they're showing 67.
Lot number 67.
It starts numbering at 16.
It starts, the numbering's confusing.
Oh,
Because it
okay.
includes one also, and it loops around.
Oh, okay, so it starts.
So there's 52 lots.
Okay,
but
thank you for clarifying.
Okay.
Make a motion to accept as submitted.
We have a motion to accept as submitted. We have a second.
Second.
We have a second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Motion passes. Item number 16, concept plan, burnt wood, creation of 8 lots in common area on 3.9 acres, requested by Huddleston Steel. Property located on Burntwood Drive and Vineyard Lane, tax map 32, parcel 6.03, R1 low density residential zoning district, property owned by Gaddy Homes. Mr. Jack.
Sir, so this item is for the creation of 8 lots for the Burntwood subdivision. Let's see if I can scroll down to the image here. So you can see on the screen here, as I move over to the aerial imagery, it backs up to Blair Road right here, which is on the north side of the property right here on the screen on the north side. And it also borders Vineyard Lane and Burntwood Drive right here. So that's a really zoomed out aerial imagery right there, but there's the lot right there in the middle outlined in the blue, which backs up to the subdivision and the curve on Blair Road. So the lot is currently zoned, I can zoom in here, maybe get a better visual. R1 low density residential, so it's this orangish area right here, outlined in the blue, right under the curve of Blair Road. And we have some images here of what the lot currently looks like, which is this wooded area right here. So this right here is the lot that we're currently discussing. So I will move on down here. So we can see the concept plan. So as you can see in this image here, it's composed of 8 lots circling around a cul-de-sac, with all of the lots being fairly large. with majority of them being over a quarter-acre lot. So they are fairly large-sized lots. As far as comments go, there's none from planning, and I believe that there is just one from the utility side that I will let Mr. Lott speak on.
Mr. Tatalovich requested that the existing water line be specifically labeled an 8-inch, and that was not done. However, it's a concept plan. The water line is shown in the correct place. There's nothing on this plan that is actually incorrect, and the 8-inch can be added at the preliminary plat level.
Very good, thank you. Any questions or comments? Mayor?
Can we have the engineer?
Representative for this project, please come to the podium. State your name and address for the record.
Enoch Gerald with Huddleston Steel Engineering in Murfreesboro.
Sir.
Hello, Enoch. Was lot 4 adjusted? I know we discussed that
We
workshop.
did. We moved the lot line between 4 and 5. 5 is smaller, 4 is larger. It's got quite a bit larger building envelope. You can have at least a 50 by 50 footprint on that lot easily to give it to the, I guess that'd be the north side of the lot. There is a power line, along Blair Road. So we made lot 4 larger to give it a larger footprint for a house. So it's got a nice size envelope.
Okay, and just for reference, to remind me, for 3 and 4, how far back off the road is the building envelope going to be?
It's about 60 feet from the right-of-way is with the power line, I guess you're talking about?
Well, I'm thinking future widening.
The right-of-way of Blair is 60 feet, I believe.
Okay.
Which I assume meets your major thoroughfare plan, but I know that across the road, the Schofter property was looking at some development. I'm not sure, maybe some road improvements. I'm not sure there. I heard discussions
about getting together with them on that.
Yeah. The Blair Road today is a ditch section street. We'll end up with a sidewalk along Blair, probably near the right of way. We could even put the sidewalk on lots 3 and 4 in an easement. To allow for future widening wouldn't be a problem. You're not, that's not going to be developable in any way with the power line. So we could put the sidewalk. We work with engineering when we submit our preliminary plat and construction plans and determine the best location for that sidewalk. But it could very easily be on lots 3 and 4 in an easement to allow for future widening.
You got that for final?
Yeah.
Very good. Any other questions or comments?
I make a motion to accept as submitted.
We have a motion to accept. We have a second?
Second.
We have a second. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Motion passes. Thank you, sir. Item number 17, recommendation to the Board of Mayor and Alderman, new zoning ordinance and zoning map. Do we have a update, sir?
Yes, so we don't have anything visually in the packet to look at on the screen, but Mr. Logan and I have been working with Ms. Williams and Mr. Brown on getting some things squared away in the ordinance and the map. I think Juliet might be able to speak a little bit more in detail on it than I will be.
Hello, Commissioners. Yes, we're still working on that, and I know we have been working on this for a while. It's a tremendous amount of work. However, we're still working with Todd. He is our GIS mapper for the city. We have some information from Smyrna because we want to make sure that the Smyrna airport maps are correct. So that's what we're working on currently. But yes, we're hoping to have this done hopefully by the next workshop or so. So we're working hard, I promise.
Thank you. And for legal, with this being an agenda item, do we need to vote and defer? Or can we call it discussion?
Says recommendation.
We can go ahead and vote to defer. That, I think that's the best course of action.
Very good.
Well,
Mayor?
I'll make a motion to defer it, but I do want to make one statement once we have a motion and a second.
Thank you. We have a motion to defer. Do we have a second?
Second.
We have a second. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
He wants a discussion.
Oh, it's discussion. You didn't call it, sir.
I did just want to address from the
Thank you.
public comment period. This commission did honor every request that came to us for residents to maintain their current zoning. Not just Marlowe, but also the Fergus properties, the LaVergne Business Park property. Jefferson Pike. There are multiple ones. So our thought was if we're doing it for one, we're doing it for all, regardless of how we feel about these different properties. So, so that I wanted to address that with this so that it's out there.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Motion passes. Thank you. And last item is bonds and letters of credit. Ma'am, if you don't mind.
Hi again. All the bonds, you should have a list in front of you. Everything's been updated. We do have one expiring in January. I have already reached out to the bank, and they are working on that. So besides that, everything looks good.
Thank you very much. Any questions or comments from the board? With that, I would like to thank everyone for their time. It's been a wonderful year. We've gotten a lot done. And just thank you. Meeting adjourned.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the LaVergne Boarding Zone Appeals, January the 9th at 5:30 p.m. We do have a quorum. And if you'd like to review the minutes from November the 28th, 2023 meeting, and let me know any comments from the minutes, please. If there's no comments, I'll take a recommendation for the minutes.
Recommendation to approve the minutes?
We have do we have a second for the minutes?
Aye.
Anyone on second? Second. Okay, those in favour say aye.
Aye.
The minutes will be approved. Okay, number 2 and 3, nominate, elect a chairman for 1 year term and nominate, elect a vice chairman for 1 term will be deferred until the next meeting, which is the end of this month. Moving on to old business, request for a special exception to allow sales and leasing of trucks and trailers, property located at 486 Walden Road, tax map 17, parcel 28.03, I2 heavy industrial zoning, property owned by Ryder Truck Rental, Inc. Mr. Logan, can I have your report, please?
Thanks. So this is the existing Ryder Truck facility that's located in LaVergne, and you can see it on the screen. The address is 486 Waldron Road. So it's at the corner of Waldron and Howell Quaker Boulevard. They are requesting permission to allow sales and leasing of trucks at this site. According to the zoning ordinance and codified in Article 5, the commercial uses that are currently allowed in C1, C2, C3, and C4, those uses can be allowed in I2 zoning districts if the Board of Zoning Appeals grants a special exception. So that's why they're here. Vehicle leasing and or sales is one of those uses, of course, that's allowed in the C1 through C4 zones. There has been a sign on the property now more than 5 weeks, and staff has not received any phone calls about the subject property. So zooming in a little closer, you can see there's quite a bit of trucks on this property. I did go out there today and took some newer pictures, which you have in front of you. The other pictures, because it's winter time, every time you take a picture, it seems like it's too dark, and today wasn't a ton better. But anyway, those are newer pictures, and I tried to take several of the site so you can see the building and the fenced area. So on the screen now is the zoning map, and this is zoned I2 heavy industrial, which is that dark blue area, and the red areas are commercial zoning. And you've probably seen their application was also loaded on Civic Clerk. And then on the screen is the exhibit that was submitted by Ryder. So in this view, Murfreesboro Road should be, or excuse me, not Murfreesboro, Waldron Road should be along the right side of the image. And they outlined in red the proposed truck sales lot. So that's the area that they're planning on using for this use. And then you can see the other buildings there that are existing. My understanding and in the conversations with the applicant, they're not building any buildings at this point. They're just trying to get permission for this use. And let's see, they did submit they did submit images of the existing zoning versus the future, which was also they wanted to show that in the future with the new zoning these uses still be allowed on this lot. So there's no change there. That's all for the report, and we'll be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Logan. Do you have a representative here this evening? Can you step forward, if you would, to the podium? Yeah, both of you going to speak? That'll be great. If you both raise your right hand, do you promise to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I will.
Would you just state your names and address for the record, please?
I'm Dan Johnson. I am the Director of Vehicle Sales for Ryder for the Mid-Atlantic region.
Andres Carvalho, Project Manager with Ryder, and you need an address?
Yes, please, sir.
Personal, it's...
Business is fine.
Oh, business, yeah, Ryder Truck Rental, Miami.
Any comments on what Mr. Logan said about his report? Anything you'd like to add?
Yeah, well, the intent will be to allocate the truck sales on that specific area of the survey that we presented.
Right there, yeah.
And then there's an existing trailer that we would intend to use as the office to do where we would do the transactions for these trucks.
And he was correct. There was nothing to be manufactured. It's our vehicles that just come to that lot for presentation to sell.
Okay. So the potential leasee or purchaser would come to your facility and look at the vehicle, the trailer itself?
Yes, it would be, this parcel is intended for this retail sale.
Retail sales?
That's correct.
Okay.
It would be no leasing or renting out of this location.
Okay. And just approximately, how much will be sales and how much will be leasing? Just approximately?
Out of this, 100% sales.
100% sales?
Retail and end user, that's
Okay.
correct.
Is there any maintenance or work done on the vehicles at this location?
Not at that facility,
Did this
no.
just walk around and look at the vehicle and
That's
and
correct.
take a bit?
Just display.
Deal. All right. And I see that on the new zoning, so it does meet the new zoning requirements. My other comment was the building that you put up, the temporary building, how long is that planned to be there for? Because years ago you had another temporary building, and then several years later you built a new building and took the other one away. So what's the plan there, just for out of interest?
I mean, we plan to move there permanently.
Okay.
To do vehicle, to do truck sales.
Okay, good deal. All right.
So we'll do some refresh, exterior paint, replace the exterior canopy, beautify the building, just paint, replace the existing canopy, which is a little bit somewhat damaged, and that's about it.
But the colours will be similar to what's on there now, so
Yeah.
no big drastic changes?
Correct, yes.
Okay, good.
Yeah.
Good deal. Gentlemen, any other comments that you have for this applicant?
What did they do in the past when the truck reaches a point where it's not viable? Did they sell them at auction or what?
With the truck, can you ask a
When
question?
Didn't you lease trucks there in the past?
Well, we still do.
Yeah, so, yes, so out of the main building, we lease trucks. We service the trucks in that main building, and then we lease the trucks. The ask here is to sell trucks in just this section of the.
So the leasing part's not going to change any whatsoever?
No,
No.
Okay.
no.
That's already in existence in the other part of in the bigger parcel.
Yeah.
What do you do with the old trucks?
That's me. That's what we're presenting. Once they've expired their life, the leasing life or rental life, you want to use it as an example like enterprise car rental. When they're finished with the vehicles, they have their enterprise car lots, and that's what we're doing as well. And we manufacture our own product. So we lease the vehicle, we buy it from the OEM. We use our lease vehicles and our rental vehicles, and then when we're finished with them, they're at the Ryder facility, and they get de-identified and prepared to come to my lot. And then we display them for retail sale.
How did you dispose of them in the past?
We are currently up in Nashville, up in Polk Avenue.
Any other questions, gentlemen? With that, I'll take a motion for the applicant for the request as presented. Do you have a motion?
Make a motion to approve.
A motion to approve. Do you have a second?
Second.
Those in favour say aye.
Aye.
Motion carries. Thank you, gentlemen. You're approved. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, guys.
Thank you.
Thank you.
No other business. We'll call this meeting adjourned. Thank you.